the planet! Hack the planet!
Shut up again!
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Hey there, Hacker Frogs. It's me, the Shy Hat, and we're doing HackerFrogs AfterSchool today. We're doing HackerFrogs free hacking. We're hacking all the things. All right, everybody, let's talk about what we're going to be covering in today's live stream. So if you want to take a look at the schedules for each week, they're over at the Reddit, and the schedule for this week, we can find it over here. Go ahead and join the Reddit if you're interested in keeping track of what we're doing over at the HackerFrogs channel. So what are we doing today? So today is November 5th, Wednesday. It is Web App Wednesday, so we're going to be doing a lot of web app hacking stuff. So the first thing we're going to be doing today is we're going to be doing some Hack the Web. Hack the Web is it's a very fun CTF, or capture the flag, education platform where you can do all sorts of exercises and learn about new technologies and hack some web app stuff. So that's the first thing we're going to be doing today in the first hour. In the second hour, we're going to be doing HackerFrogs AfterSchool. So HackerFrogs AfterSchool is our education program, and we're going to be doing our digital forensics course. So we're on session number 5 for digital forensics. And today what we're going to do is we're going to learn about disk image forensics. So it's basically doing digital forensics on hard drives and the like. So stay tuned for that in the second hour. In the third hour, we're going to be doing web app hacking demos. We're going to be demonstrating a couple of web app exercises from the PicoCTF.org website. And we're going to teach everybody how to finish a couple of the challenges there. Maybe we can learn a thing or two. And the last thing we're doing today in the 4th and 5th hours of the stream is we're going to be doing this challenge over here from the TryHackMe.com platform. It's called Rabbit Store. So Rabbit Store, well, we're not sure what kind of web app hacking we're going to be doing over there because it's a new challenge, but there's going to be a lot of fun had, and stay tuned for that. All right, so without further ado, let's move into our first challenge and, our first topic of the day. It's going to be Hack the Web, and we're going to be spending about 60 minutes covering it. So let me put 60 minutes on the clock, and we will start. All right, so we've got Hack the Web over here, and if you want to make an account over here to join in along with us, you can make it over at the following website. So it's hacktheweb.arg.de, and if you don't want to make an account, you can use the following username and password. It's going to be demo and HTW123. Okay, so let's go ahead and start one of these challenges. So we're going to be moving over to the community area, or community archive of the challenges today, and they're located at the, if you're using the demo account, you can see that there's the big map of challenges over here, and it's down at the bottom after all the other challenges if you're taking a look at the demo account. But let's go ahead and zoom on in. All right, so we're going to be doing some challenges from over here, and before we do that, what we're going to do is we're going to start our write-ups. So each time we try to solve a challenge, we try to do a write-up on it, because if you don't archive something, if you didn't document how you solved a challenge, then why are you even doing the challenge? So we've got Hack the Web over here, and we've got a bunch of different write-ups that we've done. If you want to take a look at previous write-ups that we've done for Hack the Web, you can find them over at this link over here for Hack the Web. But anyways, over on GitHub rather. Before we start, why don't we play a little bit of music while we're solving these challenges? Because it's a lot more fun if we got some music on in the background. Let's go ahead and play this playlist here. Okay, awesome. All right, let's go ahead and start our write-up. So we're just going to create a new Markdown file. That's the way that we like to create our write-up files. We make a Markdown file rather, and so I think what we're going to do is we're going to try this challenge over here. It's called Rock You, and if you want to access the challenge yourself, this is it over here. Okay, so let's start that up. So whenever we do our write-ups, we like to include a few different things in the write-up. The first of all is the URL of the challenge. The second thing would be the category that the challenge would fall under if this was a regular CTF challenge. The third thing that we cover is the concept that we need to understand to finish the challenge. And the fourth thing is the method of solving the challenge. Okay, so we've got the URL here, and we'll name our file 310, that's the number of the challenge, and I think it's called RockU, and we'll call it rocku.md. Okay, so I'm pretty sure I know exactly what this challenge entails, but we've got, music's a little loud. Let me see if I can soften it up a little bit. Okay, music should be in the background, but not super loud. Okay, so the challenge is called Rock You, and Rock You is the name of a very famous list of passwords that was leaked out. I think it was, not even sure how long ago that was. When was the Rock You password list released? I'm guessing it's going to be somewhere around like 2005. The original 2009 Rock You password list. Okay, so it was originally released in 2009. It was the result of a big data leak where there were a bunch of plain text passwords. But let's go back. Okay, so it says sometimes you just have to try. So I think what we need to do here is we need to send a post request with a bunch of different words on this word list. So there's a link over here. It leads to common password list rocku.txt. So this is the link over here, and we're going to try downloading this. So let's see. Let me expand my terminal. Okay, so we're just going to use wget to download the password list over here. And I wonder how long the list is. Looks like this is not the password list. That's a bit inconvenient. Let's go directly to the link itself. Okay, put this in a new tab. Oh. Okay, so the list is here. So the preview is truncated, etc., etc. We want to download this, so we'll just hit the download button here. And can we not download it without logging in? That seems like a bit of a pain in the butt. Okay, so well, it's a really big password list. I'm using Kali Linux right now, and Kali Linux does have a version of the RockU password list. So I'm just going to make sure that this is the same list. and that it starts with the same passwords. Let me go ahead and try that now. Okay, so let's see. User share wordless rocku.txt. We'll pipe this into head, and it looks like the same list. So these look like the same passwords. Okay, so what we need to do in this challenge is we need to do a password spray, well, or a password brute force rather. And what does that entail? So that entails basically sending every list, every item in the rocku.txt list, as a password to this field right here. That's what I'm guessing is what we're supposed to do for this challenge. But of course, I just want to verify this. Let's take a look at the page source. Okay, so constant salt, constant hash, wrong password, returned false. Okay, so I really want to make sure that this is the intended way to do it before I start doing a password attack, because password attacks are very resource intensive. Well, they're they can be kind of strenuous on the web server, and I wouldn't want to attack this website with a brute force attack unless it was completely necessary. But the way we would do it is, well, there's a couple of different ways we could do it. Probably the easiest way to do it would be to use the FFUF program. So FFUF is a program that we can use for fuzzing, and, well, when we use it for fuzzing, we want to give it a certain website, and in this case, the website is going to be this one over here. Where is it? Here? Yeah, so this site right here. And the other thing we need to do is we need to make sure that we have the correct form over here. And to get the correct form, what I'm going to do is I'm going to send this request in Burp Suite just to make sure that we have the correct format for sending information to this form. So I'm going to grab the challenge link here. And then in Burp Suite, after it starts up, BitBoy, hello, nice to see you here. We're doing a little bit of CTF stuff over at Hack the Web, and if you want, you can take a look over here. You can use the demo and HTTP123 credentials, and then you can try this out yourself if you want to. So we're going to go to Proxy, open the browser, and then paste in the challenge page. It's going to ask us to log in. Let's go ahead and log in using the demo HTTP123 credentials. Okay, sometimes you just need to try. So we're just going to send our test password here, and it says wrong password. Great. What we're going to do is we're going to go back to Burp Suite, and we're going to go over to our login post request. So this sent a post to login hack.arg.de, okay? And we sent username and password. So the easiest way to do this with FFUF would be to click on the request and then create a request file out of this. You would do copy to file, and then you would use requests. How about we call this HTW request or rec.txt. So this is our request file. We're going to save this, and that's going to mean that all the information that was used to... Oh, this was just to log in. Never mind. We need to do it this. We need to do it this way. Okay. So it looks like, what happens here then? Hold on. Okay, so wrong password. So, So this doesn't actually send a request to the server. this doesn't, if this doesn't send a request to the server, let me take a look one more time. So the last, okay, let me reload this page. I think you have to crack it locally. That might be the case. Okay, so if we need to crack it locally, then I mean we've got some stuff, right? So on the web page, we have this right here. So the salt and the hash. We've got a salt, we've got a hash. I guess that means we need to do this offline. I mean, this is better for us because doing it online is much less of a burden. And let's see. So how do we? So the other thing is we need to figure out what kind of. Oh, it's a 250. It's a SHA-256 hash. Looks like. Okay. So if this is the SHA-256 hash, let's do a little bit of research. What does a SHA-256 hash with a salt look like? I just want to get the format of the of what the string would look like. A SHA with the SHA hash with the SHA-256 hash with the salt does not have a single universal appearance. Okay, so it's an example. So salt value and the hashed value. The salt is visible. The salt is stored in plain text along with the hash password. Okay. So salted input string is this. The order is consistent with, okay, so hashed output is this. Okay, so I just want to know how we would format this. We have the two ingredients here. We got the salt and the hash. Before I feed this into like a cracking program like John the Ripper, I want to know what the format string, what the string format looks like. Let's just get out of there. Okay, Abeboy says, I don't know how fast JavaScript is. You can copy the given script and modify it to read any word list. You can copy the given script and modify it to read any word list. Really? I didn't know about that. What would that look like? But let's see. So if we have a hash or something like this, this is the hash right here. And this is the salt. So I know the salt goes in front. The salt goes in front of the hash. But do we need to demark this with a particular like special character? Are we supposed to use a slash or a colon or something else? Salted input string. SHA-256 plus salt hash generator, okay. All right, let's just ask the AI. Okay, we have a salt and a hash for SHA-256. We need to format this in a particular way to use it with John the Ripper. Here is the salt and the hash. What format does it need to be in? Okay, we'll just grab this. The only thing I need to know is what demarcation we need to do for this. And is it getting stuck? Sometimes when you run LLM stuff in your web browser, it can get a little bit laggy. And it looks like... Sand of Ice, hello, nice to see you here. We're just doing a little bit of... For John the Ripper with SHA-256 hash, the format is hash salt. Oh, it's hash and then salt. Huh, interesting. I didn't know. I thought the salt was in front. Hold on. So the standard hash salt format should be for most of these, okay? Use the format first, okay? So it looks like, well, all right. Let's do this then. So it should be the hash and then the colon and then the salt. Okay, and then we will save this out. Lurk hashing, caching. Well, maybe. All right. Well, we've got the hash and the salt. It's called it's just called hash. So we'll just do John the Ripper to crack the password, and we'll just give it this file here, hash. Hopefully it can auto-detect this. Okay, it can't auto-detect this. So what mode do we need to set it in for? Convert the salt to hex first. The standard hash salt format should work for most salted SHA-256 hashes. Okay, so check which format John expects. Okay, and I mean, we could just look this up right over here. So John the Ripper, SHA-256 format. Okay, so let's look up SHA-256. Okay, so we use format raw 256, like this. Let me grab that. Okay, so we'll just add that to the command. No password hash is loaded. Yeah, still isn't working. Matches, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Wait. Oh, I remember. Yeah. You're from GhostSex channel. Yeah. Hello, nice to see you here. What is up? What is up? We're just doing some cracking stuff. Okay, so SHA-256. Why don't we try SHA-256 cracking with hashcat? So hashcat, we would need like a certain mode, right? Nothing much. Okay, so 256. There's no wrong algorithm implemented in hashcat. The hashing algorithms are correct. SHA-256 is -M1400. All right, let's see. Have I used hashcat on? I haven't used hashcat on here. You just need to provide it with the values from the word list and check which value needs to hash, and just read the code once. I mean, I would like to. So we have the logic on the web page over here, right? And we've got the we have the JavaScript here. And I would like to be able to, well, I mean, if we could do this purely inside of the browser, that would be nice. But I'm not too sure how to do that. I do know how to do hash cracking with on the command line. But if you can send me like a guide or something, or maybe some tips, then I might be able to try it with the JavaScript console. Okay, let me look in my notes for the format that that Hashcat likes to use. Okay, think I got something over here. We just need the mode in this case, and the mode is what? Mode is 1400, okay? No hash is loaded. It doesn't consider this a hash. So I need to check one more time. Oh, it's a different one for salted. Okay. I didn't know that. Okay, 8-Bit Boy says, copy the code, put it in the JS file, and run it using Node.js. All you need to do is give it a value for the value variable. So 410 or 420. So we got Hashcat running on. Oh, it worked. Okay, so we managed to crack the hash. So we got this result over here. I don't know. So we just need to provide this to the page, and then we're finished. So rock you submit this. I don't know. I don't know is correct. Okay, great. So let's go ahead and finish our write-up, and then we can move on to another challenge. Okay, so this is a, well, I guess we could call it a cryptography challenge, kind of. The concept is cracking SHA-256 hashes, or password hashes in general, I guess. Okay, and I guess also cracking salted hashes. I wonder if John the Ripper has a different mode for salted SHA-256 hashes. So John the Ripper, salted SHA-256. So 256 raw, I guess we wouldn't be using 256 raw in this case. There's nothing in the article here. That's okay. Sometimes you use John the Ripper, sometimes you use Hashcat. It's whatever program you can get working. Well, I mean, at least that's the case in my experience. Okay, so cracking salted hashes, cracking SHA-256 hashes. So the method to solve in this case is there's JavaScript code on the challenge webpage which indicates a SHA-256 hash and a salt. So I guess we could also include the hash and the salt. The hash, the salt. Let's go ahead and grab those. So this is the salt. Khaled Anu, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? And Matches, thank you very much for letting me know about the different mode in Hashcat for assaulted SHA-256. That really came in handy. Okay, so the hash is this. Oh no, that's the salt. Never mind. The salt is that, the hash is this one right over here. Okay, and we can combine the hash and the salt by concatenating them together in the format hash:\salt. So the complete salted hash string looks like this. Okay, so we just need to grab this, put it in here, and then concatenate the hash, or the salt rather. Okay. We can feed this hash in a file to the Hashcat program. Okay, and let's get the Hashcat command that we used here. Okay, we are using the infamous, or the famous, rocku.txt. Rocku.txt word list for cracking in this case. I guess, well, most of the time we've been talking about the answers, but the answer is, I don't know. Okay, let's commit those changes, and we're finished with this challenge. We can move on to the next one. So the next challenge, what are we going to do? So we got prime numbers, Mr. Plow, OSINT, Fab4, assembled interface. So mysterious encoding. Oh man, it seems like we're always dealing with encoding and like some mysterious ciphers and stuff. How about we try this? How about we try this one? It's called Fab4, and what? Huh, interesting. All right, everybody. It looks like we're going to have to come up with some sort of script to figure out what's going on in this challenge. Okay, before we start, let me go ahead and start my write-up. So we're going to call this 330 Fab4, and we need to record all of our usual stuff: the URL, the category, the concept, and the method of solve. Okay, the URL is over here, the category. Well, let's take a look at the challenge. So my grandma loves the Beatles and knows almost all the albums and songs by heart. To remember her computer password, she made this note: LIBN number 10. Certainly not very secure, but a lovely example of her passion. Dive into the world of the Beatles for a moment and decipher the password. Okay, so I'm guessing that these are going to be the names of Beatles albums, or the abbreviations for the albums. So I don't know the Beatles albums, but I do know that our good friend ChatGPT might be able to help us with this. Matches, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Welcome, welcome. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about some Hack the Planet?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Okay, so, well, the other thing we could, we don't necessarily need to use the AI. We could also just go over to Wikipedia and look up the Beatles discography. Tufacho, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Beatles discography. Okay, let's get rid of this. The Beatles album discography. Great. Okay, so we got, so the first LIBN, number 10. So LIBN is, I don't know. What could LIBN is? What could LIBN be? LIBN. So could this be... So could LIBN be... Is it the name of an album or the name of an actual song? Okay, if we just look this up, the Beatles, LIBN, what shows up? LIBN most likely stands for Let It Be Naked, an alternative 2003 version of the Beatles' 1970s album, Let It Be. Okay, and well, if that's the case, we need to get the list of tracks from that album. So, Let It Be Naked. What was the name? Contents? The Beatles. And I just want to make this very... You know what? I'm going to hide this for a second, just in case, you know, something weird comes up. I don't want to get banned. Okay, anyways. So what is the list? Track by track details. Okay, so this is LIBN number 10. So what is number 10? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So this one is called Across the Universe. So I'm guessing that the first letter is the letter A. But you know what? Just for fun, we'll go ahead and make a little list. This one here, so this is the list here. We're just going to copy it and put it in our file here. Just to make it a little bit easier for everybody here to read, I'll just put it over towards the middle of the screen. So LIBN number 10 is the letter A. Okay, and then the next one is PPM number 5. So what could PPM be in this case? So PPM is Please Please Me. Please Please Me. Okay, so let's take a look at this one. So it's PPM number what? PPM number 5. Okay, track listing for side, I'm guessing it's going to be side 1. So side 1, number 5 is Boys. Okay, so that is the letter B. And the next one is BFS number 3. BFS, don't know what that could be. What was it? BFS. BFS is Beatles for Sale. Okay, sure. And it's number what? Number 3. So here, the songs, okay. Track listing. So number 3 is Babies in Black. Okay, so it's going to be another B. I'm guessing that this spells out Abbey Road. Abbey, R-O-A-D. But that's just a guess. Okay, so RA is the next one. So RA 16. So what's RA? RA is... I don't see it here. Okay, let's do a little search. Beatles albums RA. Likely refers to a ranking of the Beatles albums. Oh, well, I mean, that's not it. Let's see. Abbreviation. RA. There is no official or widely accepted Beatles album abbreviation that is simply RA. Well, I mean, we've got this over here, RA, but what does it mean? So we got RS. What could RA be? R and A, Red Album, a common nickname for the compilation album which contains RA in Red Album. Red Album? What are the 13 Beatles albums? Okay, so is the number related to album release order? I think they're talking about the track listing. So if I take a look at like this list over here, I'm going to assume that these are abbreviations for the album names, and number 10 refers to the 10th track, or number 5 is the 5th track, you know, etc., etc. But, But there's nothing that could... There's nothing that can be interpreted as RA here. I don't think so. But yeah, I mean, I'm kind of running up against a little brick wall here. So RA could be Abbey Road, which is reversed. If it's actually Abbey Road, then... Where is it in the list? Abbey Road. Okay. So Abbey Road, we're looking at the track listing down here. Track listing. Okay, we got side 1, and what are they looking for? They're looking for 16. 16, huh? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. The end. I guess the end is T? Spotify Spotify could help, yeah. I don't have Spotify on my system here. So ABBT? What is this? YSS number 1. Okay, so number 1, YSS. What could YSS stand for? Yellow submarine? I see Yellow Submarine. Is there any other album that begins with Y? I don't think there is. Okay, so I'm guessing that it's Yellow Submarine. But I could be wrong. I don't know. Okay, Yellow Submarine, we're looking at the first track on this album. And it's Yellow Submarine, okay? Is anybody familiar with the Beatles here? I'm actually not very familiar with the Beatles. I know a couple of like really well-known songs, but that's about it. So we're assuming that YSS stands for Yellow Submarine. Familiar enough to call them overrated. Jeez. LIBN, let it be naked is the name of the album. PMM is what? What was this album here? PMM? Please, please me. Okay. All right, and BFS is, what was it? Beatles for Sale. Okay, RA is Abbey Road. So this one might be wrong. I wasn't able to find another album that started with the initials RA. So Yellow Submarine is YSS. LATHB is the next one. LATHB. All right, let's search for something that starts with those letters. LA. Well, let's just do a search. Beatles, LATHB. Okay, LATHB in context of the Beatles stands for Live at the Hollywood Bowl. Live at the Hollywood Bowl. Okay, so Hollywood, huh? Let's see if we can find it in our list over here. Hollywood. Okay, so Live at the Hollywood Bowl is this one. And which number are we looking for? Number 7. Okay. So track number 7 is Roll Over Beethoven. Okay, so that's R. Live at the Hollywood Bowl. I guess we can just move these all over. And what was the name of the track? It was called Roll Over Beethoven. So R. Okay. L. So there's an album that's just called L. Sure. What is that? So let's see. I mean, I'm guessing that it's just going to be Let It Be, because none of the other ones start with L. So Let It Be. Let's put this in another tab. There are no other albums. Well, I guess there's also Live at the Hollywood Bowl, Live at the BBC. So Let It Be. Which number are we looking for? We're looking for number 18. Let's go down to the track listing. So number 18. 1, 2, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I don't see 18 tracks here. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14. There aren't 18 tracks on this album. So it's probably not this. What other album could it be? So it's just L number 18. LIB must be Let It Be. LIB has to be Let It Be, but what is just L? Defus, hello, nice to see you here. So after 3 characters, you realized it's probably Abbey Road. Why do you torture yourself through the riddle of just... Why don't you just try Abbey Road? Well, I mean, I'm trying to do this the way it's intended. But, I mean, we can guess. If we're just guessing, yeah. Then it is ABBE. In this case, it would be E, and then Y, and then R, and then O, A, and then D. Like this. But, I mean, well... Yeah, hackers always do the intended stuff. I mean, I would like to be able to do this the proper way, but being able to guess, I saw the first 2 letters and I kind of guessed it would have been Abbey Road. But you know, just for fun, we will guess right now whether or not it's Abbey Road. Are we correct? Abbey Road is correct. Okay, so... I mean, I'm just trying to understand the logic. The logic is, let's see... Beatles album... L. Oh, there was an album called Love? How come it's not in the list on GitHub here? Sorry, no, Wikipedia. Love. Love songs. Oh, it's here. GhostSec, hello, nice to see you here. L equals love album. Yeah, I'm seeing it now. Why didn't I see this before? It's a compilation album, okay. So that's why it didn't... Okay. GhostSec, hello, nice to see you here. We're trying to be Beatles superfans because we've got this... We have this challenge over here on Hack the Web. Okay, so it's what? Love? L just means love. And O, guess we could also say what the name of the song is. Love songs, sure. We're looking at number 18. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, okay. Starts here. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Whoa. This doesn't match. So if it's supposed to be love, it's supposed to, the name of the song is supposed to be O. It's supposed to start with O. Unless we have got the wrong item. Stream is going, yeah, it's going good. You were close to doing 3 machines today. Awesome, awesome. The third one for tomorrow. No worries. Hey everybody, if you're not following GhostSec, GhostSec is another InfoSec streamer. They also play games, but well, we're here to shout out the InfoSec people. So GhostSec. How do you spell? Oh, Ghost is with some, yeah, like this. Okay. All right. Yeah, go ahead and follow GhostSec's channel. So let's see. Number 18. It starts with O. Number 18 starts with O. Are there any that start with O here? There's nothing here that starts with O. This, yeah. Well, I mean, it's a good thing we solved the challenge beforehand. Jeez. Because this would have... this would have, gotten in the way. So they got love songs. Is that it? Oh. Oh, there's a separate album that's just called Love, and it's a mashup album. That's diabolical. Number 18, Here Comes the Sun. Really? I don't know enough about the Beatles. Okay, let's take a look at the track listing. So track listing number 18, Here Comes the Sun. That doesn't start with the letter O. We came to the conclusion that that the password is Abbey Road, but this doesn't match. Yeah, this doesn't, I don't know. Here Comes the Sun. Are there any Beatles songs that start with the letter O? Let's let me do a little search. Beatles song starts with letter O. Okay, Obladi Oblada. Alright, so if that's the name of the album, OB. Okay, just using Spotify to
Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the devil's bedroom. Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the devil's bedroom.
Okay, there are several that start with the letter O. So Octopus Garden and Obladi Labada. So it's the White Album. I mean, that doesn't match either. So what about Octopus Garden? Octopus's Garden. Okay, and this is Abbey Road. This doesn't begin with L. You know, I'm kind of glad that I was able to guess the answer, because this challenge would have taken a really, really long time otherwise. Let's write a little bit about this before we finish off this portion of the stream. All right, let's talk about it. Okay, so this is a OSINT challenge. So OSINT. Just got back from commercial. Well, thank you very much for watching the ads. Okay, concept. Learning about the Beatles discography. And the method to solve. Let's talk a little bit about this. We are given a list of Beatles album abbreviations. Abbreviations and a track number. The full list looks like this. Okay, and we can go ahead and include the list. Mattress says, "Gotta run to class. See you later. Have fun with the challenge." We're going to be done with the challenge very soon, but thank you very much, Mattress, and yeah, thank you very much for your help. Okay, let's just go back to the challenge and grab the list. This is it over here. If anybody's interested, here's the list from the website. Okay, so the password is made up of the first letters of the songs from the abbreviated albums. For example, LIBN number 10 mix is the 10th song from the album Let It Be Naked, which is, what is the name? Let It Be Naked. And where's that track listing? So track listing is the 10th song. So 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, Across the Universe. Which would be the letter A. We repeat this with all of the song/album abbreviations, and get the answer, Abbey Road. All right, great. I think we're ready to move on to the next part of today's stream. All right, let's go ahead and switch up. So topic 1 is done, topic 2 is here, and topic 3 is on deck. Okay, so we got 60 minutes to do this next topic, and let me start closing out some of these tabs, which we don't need anymore. I really don't like it when I've got too many tabs open on my browser, because it's really a bit of a pain in the butt to deal with. Okay, so this is also done. And we're going to be doing HackerFrogs AfterSchool Digital Forensics session number 5. So let me go ahead and grab that. Here it is. Okay, so we've been working through the digital forensics course over at HackerFrogs, and yeah, today we're going to be doing digital forensics, and in particular we're going to be doing disk image forensics part 1. If you want to take a look at what we're going to be doing today, let's see, disk image part 1. All of the links that we're going to be using are in this GitHub Markdown file over here. Okay, so let's do our introduction first. Hey everybody, this is HackerFrogs AfterSchool, and let me turn down the music. This is HackerFrogs AfterSchool Disk Image Forensics Part 1. So we're going to be doing 2 parts on disk image forensics. And what is that? Well, let's talk about it. This is the 5th class for digital forensics. In the last workshop, we learned about the following digital forensics concepts. Wireshark. Wireshark is a program which is widely used for network traffic analysis, and we used it to learn about and analyze PCAP files. Grim Rin. Hello, nice to see you here. What is up? We talked about exporting files from Wireshark, and we can use the export objects option in Wireshark to look for files downloaded in the PCAP file, and most files that are downloaded using the HTTP protocol. So we were able to extract stuff using Wireshark. We isolated IP addresses, which we did with the display filter, and we also looked for contents in packet strings, or we looked for strings in the packet contents rather. Wireshark is for IP grabbing. I mean, you can do a lot of stuff with Wireshark, but I guess one thing you could do is IP grabbing, sure. So the search function in Wireshark can be very useful for searching for specific text strings and packets. And let's move on to what we're doing today. So in today's workshop, we're going to be talking about disk image forensics. We're going to do a little overview. We're going to be doing 3 separate challenges in PicoCTF to learn about disk image forensics. So we're going to be doing the SleuthKit Intro Challenge, the SleuthKit Apprentice Challenge, and the Operation Orchid Challenge. So let's talk a little bit about digital disk forensics. Digital disk forensics is the examination and analysis of information stored on digital disks, such as hard drives, USB drives, or any other type of storage media. Grimran asks, how late am I? Not late at all. We just started this topic over here. So, disk forensics is often used in cybersecurity incident response to analyze and identify devices that may have been compromised in security incidents. So the SleuthKit is a very popular program used in digital disk forensics, and we're going to be using the SleuthKit program from the PicoCTF web shell. And before we do that, I guess we should probably start up our PicoCTF web shell at PicoCTF. If you don't have an account over at PicoCTF, you can make one over here, and it's totally free. There's absolutely nothing that you can pay for on PicoCTF, which is quite nice. Everything is available to you there completely for free. So all you need to do is you need to log into the platform, and then you need to start up your web shell. So the web shell is located over here on the right-hand side. There's a button called the web shell. After you've logged in to the website, you can click on Practice. And then after you click on Practice, you're going to see the web shell button over here on the right-hand side. So it's labeled web shell, and you just click on it. And then after you click on it, it'll open up the web shell. This is a Linux virtual machine that you can access from the internet. So after you've opened it up, the web shell it's kind of small. It only takes up about 1/3 of the screen over here. We want to make it so that we can put it in its own browser tab. And the way we do that is we go up to the top of the web shell, and then we go over to the right. Beside the help button, there's a button that's labeled Pop Out Web Shell Terminal. So go ahead and click on that. It looks like a box with a arrow sticking out, just click on it. And then that's going to open up the web shell in a full browser tab. This is what we want. After that, you're going to see your username -PicoCTF at web shell as the prompt, and that is exactly what we want. Okay, so if you're having any problems, open up the web shell, let us know in the chat and we can help you out. But otherwise, let's talk a little bit more about digital disk forensics. So we'll be learning some basic operations of the sleuth kit in this workshop to learn about digital disk forensics. Okay, let's get acquainted with the sleuth kit with this PicoCTF challenge over here. So this is challenge 301, and let me get the link for that. Okay, I will paste it into the chat for everybody who wants to access it from right over there. Let's paste it in to here. Okay, so this is a PicoCTF challenge. It's called Sleuth Kit Intro. It says download the disk image and use MMLS on it to find the size of the Linux partition. Connect to the remote.
This one's dedicated to all the hackers. Yo.
Defus, thank you very much for redeeming all the things. Drink all the booze and hack all the things, and very much appreciated, Defus Modernist Leben. Thank you. Okay, let's talk about this. So it says download the disk image and use MMLS to find the size of the Linux partition. Connect to the remote checker service to check your answer and get the flag. Okay, it says note if you're using the web shell, download and extract the disk image into /temp, not your home directory. So the reason why they tell us to do this is because your home directory on the PicoCTF web shell, it doesn't have very much disk space allotted to it, so we need to work inside of the temp directory instead. Okay, so let's go over to the web shell here, and the web shell is going to log you out if you don't send a command to it every once in a while. But it's okay because we can redirect it. We can reconnect to it by using the enter key on the keyboard. Okay, so for this challenge, we're going to create a directory inside of the temp directory. So we're just going to mkdir tmp /... I'll call it my username, the shy hat. Yeah, so I'll just call this this one temp ... the shy hat, like this. So after that, we're going to move into that directory. So you can just copy that CD, and then we enter the shy hat directory. If you want to do this yourself, don't use my directory. Use your own username instead of mine. Thank you. And then from here, we can copy the disk image file. So we're going to go back to the challenge, and there's a link that says download disk image. Grimrin says, after you're done with the Linux lectures, you should start doing a Linux hacking tutorial lecture live. Yeah, eventually I would like to teach a course on hacking Windows stuff, but before I teach the hacking Windows stuff, I would probably I could probably do with some refreshers on how to hack Windows myself. So it's probably going to be a little while before that kind of stuff appears. But thank you for the suggestion, Grimrand. Okay, so highlight the download disk image link, and then select copy link. And then go over to your web shell. Go over to your web shell and then do wget space, and then paste in the link over here. Just in case you want to get the command directly, this is the one that we use. Okay, and then after you do that, it'll download the file. So the file will take a little bit of time to download. I wonder how large this file is. I guess we'll figure it out as soon as we finish downloading it. Okay, so we'll do lslah. So this is a 29 megabyte file. I mean, it's not super big, but apparently maybe they don't allocate very much space to your home directories. And the next thing we need to do is we need to unzip this file. It's a .gz file, which is gzip. It's a compressed archive. We need to, decompress it in order to access the file inside. So let me get the command that we're using. And if you're ever stuck at any of the steps in the challenges that we're doing today, you can always use this link here. And the link has a bunch of different walkthrough steps that you can use. So step 2 is to download the challenge file and then unzip it. So all we need to do is we need to use the gunzip command, the gunzip command, with the image file here. I'm just going to copy this and go over to the web shell, paste in the command gunzip disk.img.gz, and then we can unzip the file. It'll take a little bit of while. Neems, hello, nice to see you here. We're just doing our lesson on disk image forensics right now. And if you want to join in, then you can start solving this challenge over here on PicoCTF. Okay. And who do we have? Nunez Only has just subscribed on YouTube. Thank you very much. And let's give you a fun video game. How about a Nyan Cat? Okay, so we're going to go back to our web shell. We unzipped the file, and now inside the directory is disk.img. If we run the file command on disk.img, it'll tell us what kind of file we're dealing with. So it says this is a DOS MBR boot sector partition 1 file, okay? And so it basically tells us that this is a disk image. So what we need to do is we need to use some tools to give us the information we need to solve the challenge. So over here, it says download the disk image and use MMLS. So MMLS stands for, what does the MM stand for? Multi something? Just a second. Okay, we'll talk about this. The MMLS command, the media management, MM of the disk image in the list, LS format. So the MMLS command displays the media management, MM, of the disk image file in LS format. And we just need to run this command. And this command is part of the sleuthkit program. And it'll show us where the Linux partition is. So the Linux partition is separated into different sections. It'll tell us in bytes where these sections begin and end. So for example, over here, let's go directly to the web shell to demonstrate this. Okay. So mmls disk.img. Okay, so we run the command. So DOS partition table offset sector 0. Units are in 512 byte sectors. So it tells us where in the file system it is. So there's 3 different partitions in this file, or in this image file rather. It'll tell you where the primary table here starts. It starts at byte 0, and it ends at byte 0, and it's 1 byte in length. Okay, and we've got an unallocated partition. It starts at byte 0. It stops at byte 2047, and it's 2048 bytes in length. And we got the third partition, and the third partition in this case is this Linux partition, and it starts at 2048 bytes. It ends at, what is this? Is that 204,799 bytes, and its length is this number over here. Grimrin asks, okay, do you remember the Gmail thing you were doing like 2 days ago when you used ChatGPT? I know the uncensored one, it's called White Rabbit Neo AI. I don't remember the name of the thing offhand. I'm unfortunately. I'm afraid I can't help you there. Okay, so the challenge is asking for a particular number, and let's go back to the challenge. So the challenge here, it says we need to find the size of the Linux partition. So we can go back here, and the size is actually the length in this case. So the length of the partition is this many bytes. So this is the answer for the question, and they want us to connect to the online checker. So additional details will be available after you're launching your challenge instance. So this is the type of challenge where we need to start up a virtual machine to complete the challenge. So you just need to click on Launch Instance here. You're trying to send payloads to a Gmail. We didn't get that. I don't think we got that working. We were looking for a way to come up with phishing emails as part of a education exercise, of course, but we weren't able to get the payloads working. We wanted to. Okay, so access the checker program. We've got this command over here in netcat. So netcat Saturn whatever port number. So we can just copy this command and then go back to the web shell. And then in the web shell, we can paste in the command, and then we can supply the answer. What is the size of the Linux partition in the given disk image? Length in sectors. So they tell us explicitly that we need to take a look at length, and we've got Linux over here. Use White Rabbit Neo to help you with it if you ever do it again. I think we will be doing it again, but yeah, probably on Friday. Okay, so length in sectors, we just need to grab this number here and copy it, and then supply this, paste it in, and supply this as the answer. Hit enter, and then it says, great work, MMLS for the win. Great. We'll just copy the flag, we'll go back to the challenge, and then in the challenge we'll paste in our flag and click on submit the flag. Great, done. Everybody, if you managed to finish this challenge along with us, please type in the chat, I used MMLS smiley face, or multiple smiley faces if you like. Anyways, let's go on and we can continue learning about disk image analysis. Okay, so just to be polite, we should probably delete this disk image after we're done with it. We will be using the same directory to download the other disk images as we work through these challenges. So what I want you to do is I want you to delete the disk.image file. So just rm disk.img, and then we're done. Okay, let's move on to the next challenge. But before that, I guess we can talk a little bit more about this. So we can see where the partition starts, offset in bytes, where the partition ends, and the length in size of bytes of the partition. So we were able to get some information from using the command over here, mmls. Let's move on to the next challenge. The next challenge is called Sleuthkit Apprentice. So this is challenge number 300. I think if we go up to any of these challenges, if we click on any of these challenges, we can manually switch the number of the challenge in the address bar. So just switch it over to challenge 300, and you'll be able to access the challenge. I'll leave you the link in case you want to use it directly over here. Okay, so this is the next challenge up. It's called Sleuthkit Apprentice. And the description of the challenge says, download this disk image and find the flag. If you are using the web shell, download and extract the disk image into your temp directory, not your home directory. So we're going to be using the same temp directory to host the image. So there's a link, download compressed disk image, right click and then select copy link, then go over to the web shell. In the web shell, type in wget space and then paste in the address. Bit008 says, all right, this is they're pretty simple challenges oriented to learn the tool. Let's see, what about when you're going to perform a more complex forensics challenge? Do you have Do you keep a list of do you keep a checklist of things to try? Yeah, I mean we're going to be doing some more advanced challenges in the second workshop. So hold on, let me close out. We're not using Burp Suite right now. So there are two parts to this workshop, and let me take a look at session number 6. So in the next session, we're going to be doing more. Oh, okay. We're going to be using a different set of a different tool in the second workshop. So we're going to be using the autopsy tool. So autopsy is another tool, disk image forensics tool, but this one's a graphical tool. And yeah, so we're going to be dealing with some different stuff. And let's go ahead. And in the third challenge, we're going to be dealing with something a little bit more advanced. The second challenge is going to be a little bit more advanced than the first one, of course. Let's go over to the web shell. So in the web shell, we just download the challenge. And let me just get the command we used to download the challenge so that you can do it yourself. Okay, so we've got our gzip file over here. Just like we did previously, we can g-unzip it. So g-unzip space disk.flag.image.gz. After you do that command, then we will have the decompressed disk image. Okay, so this one is, this one's quite a bit bigger. So this one is 300 megabytes. All right, so if we run the file command on disk.flag.img, it tells us again that this is a DOS MBR boot sector. So there's a number of partitions here. We got partition 1, 2, 3. There are 3 partitions. Okay. All right. So how are we going to start investigating this? We could start by using the LLMMLS command again, just like we did for the previous challenge. And that's going to let us know where the partitions are. And the reason we do this is because when we use other commands inside of SleuthKit, we need to know where the partitions are. So we got a primary table partition, unallocated. We've got 3 different Linux partitions inside of here. So in order to give the tool the correct information, we need to know the offset of where the partitions are located inside of the image. Let's talk a little bit more about this. Okay, so the next thing we're going to be doing is we're going to be using the fsstat command. So the fsstat command is used to display stats associated with the file system. So the file system is fsstat. That's the name of the command. Grimran says, is it safe having 2 or 3 software firewalls? I mean, you generally don't need more than 1 firewall. I mean, that's just my opinion, of course. All right, so fsstat. And when we run the fsstat command, we need to know the offset of where the partition is. So fsstat and then -o, then the offset number, and then the name of the image file. So to use this command, you'll need to supply the byte offset of the disk partition, -o, and the name of the disk image. Thank you very much for following on Twitch, Sick22. Hello, nice to see you here. Okay, looks like we got ads on Twitch. When there's ads on Twitch, we run them on YouTube as well. And we're just going to take a short break to have a little bit of water. And while the break runs, go ahead and appreciate the birds. So these are my bird videos. Please enjoy them. We'll be back in about 20 seconds. Just need to have a little bit of water. Okay, Grimrin says, isn't it harder to hack someone with more than one, though? I mean, are we talking about your personal computer, or are we talking about like an application that you're hosting? Generally, you just need to have like a you need to have some sort of antivirus program or like Windows Defender. Their Windows Defender actually does a pretty good job of keeping malware off of your system, unless you're doing something really suspicious, like turning off Windows Defender. And as far as your applications are concerned, oh, you're talking about your PC. Yeah. Most of the time, you just need to have your Windows Defender. Well, I mean, I'm assuming you're using Windows. If you're not, let me know. So you can rely on Windows Defender. If you really want to, you can have like an antivirus in place, and that'll help you up a little bit more. Windows stopped updating Windows 10 though. I mean, in that case, it's up to you to decide whether or not you want to stick with Windows 10, which is not receiving any more updates, or if you want to switch over to Windows 11. It's up to you. Okay, so let's go ahead and run the command. So it's fsstat. Let's go over here. So we're going to be dealing with this image over here, fsstat, to get the file system statistics for this partition right here. Is it fsstat or is it fstat? Just a second. Let me check. fsstat. Okay, so there's two S's. Hold on. So fsstat, and then we need to supply the offset. So the offset in this case is here, so 2048. So -o 2048, and then the name of the file. So the name of the file is going to be the same in all cases, disk.flag.img. Okay, and what this tells us, it tells us a lot of information about this particular partition. So file system type ext4. So ext4 is a type of Linux file system, and they give you some information about the system over here. Okay, source OS Linux. They tell you about the different groups of inodes, and the important thing that we need to get from here is that it's using the file system type ext4 because we need to supply this information to other commands. Okay, and how do we do that? Let's talk a little bit more about this. So the next command we're going to be using is the fls command. So fls stands for file system ls, or file system list. This is a command that we use to list out files and directories within a specified file system. So in this case, we need to use the fls command with the file system type, which is ext4, and the offset, which is 2048. And then we need to run it recursively -r on disk.flag.img. So this is what we're going to do. We're just going to go back to the web shell, and we're going to run the command fls, and what were the arguments again? -f ext4, -f ext4, and then -o for the offset, and I believe it was 2048, and then -r to run it recursively, and then the name of the disk image file. So disk.flag.img. So here's the whole command if you want to try it out yourself. Okay, run the command. There's actually very few files in this file system here. So we've got a directory, lost and found, and just a bunch of just random files over here. Okay, and then Grimrin asks, if you had to restart coding, where would you start first? I mean, I would still start with Python, and then I would move on to other like more complex languages like C or Java or JavaScript. But yeah, that's just the way I would do it. Okay, and so there were other file systems as well. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at other file systems. Hold on. Okay, so the next thing we can do is we can use the icat command. So the icat command, inode cat, is used to read specific files on the disk partition according to its inode number. So inode number it's basically a way that file systems use to organize the files on the system. They all have an inode number. Okay, and to run icat, you need to supply the format of the disk partition, -f, the offset of the disk partition -o, and then finally the name of the disk image and the inode number. For example, disk.flag.image and 2371. I think we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. What we need to do is we need to go back to the web shell here, and we need to take a look at the other partitions. So remember when we did the MMLS? So there was this partition here at 2048, and then there were other partitions as well, such as this one over at 206.848, and Grepetaf. Hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so let's try fstat on the other partitions as well. So the other partitions are going to be over here at these offsets. Just copy that, copy and paste. And this will tell us which file systems we're dealing with. We can pipe this into head, because all we need to do is figure out what the file system is. So there's no file system here for this partition. Here at this offset here, there's a third offset as well for this one. We're just going to copy that number, and we're going to do fstat for this offset. Okay, run that. Go back up to the top, and we just need to figure out what the file system type is in this case. So it's also ext4 in this case. So we can run our other commands now. So other commands we were using was fls, and with fls we need to supply the offset. So the offset for this one was the offset for this one, just a second, I need to get that again. Okay, it was this number. Let me grab that. We're looking at the fls command. fls file system type ext4 offset this and this thing over here. Okay, so we've got a bunch of directories in this case. So this looks more like a typical file system, and in this case let's take a look at, I think we can do this recursively. So if we do it recursively, we can see what's inside of these directories as well. Okay, so So we see here there's a flag.txt file inside of the root directory. So the root directory is here. There are files underneath this directory, and there's flag.txt, and then there's flag.uni.txt. So in this case, what we want to do is we want to get the inode number, and the inode number for each one of these files or directories is going to be located next to it inside of the fls command. So in this case, flag.txt, the inode number is this one over here, 2082. I'm just going to copy that. And what command are we using? So it's the icat command. So in this case, it's icat-f-o disk whatever, and then the inode number over here. So we can go back to the web shell. So the format it's pretty similar to the fls command. So we're just going to copy the we're just going to modify this. So instead of fls, we're going to use icat, and we're going to delete this. On the end of disk.flag.img, we're going to supply the inode number and paste that in, and then we're going to issue the command. So if anybody's wondering what the syntax looks like, I'll copy it over to the chat. Okay, so the thing is that there's nothing in here. There's nothing in this file, and the reason is because it's been deleted. You're teaching some high level stuff. It's not super high level. I'm trying to explain it as best I can. Okay, so why isn't there anything in here? So the reason is, let's go back. Let's go back to our web shell. We do fls. So the reason why we weren't able to find anything, let's see. Hold on. Let me consult my notes for just a second. Okay, this is challenge number 2. Okay, so we tried reading the flag.txt file with the icat command, and we used this command right here. So there was nothing in the file because the file has been deleted. So we can read the other flag file in the root directory over here. Okay, and let's go ahead and do that. Just a second. So just the other command in the root directory. Let's go ahead and take a look at that just so we have a better representation of what's going on. RT Podcast says, insulin is hitting right now. Your voice is the last. I really hope you're okay, RT Podcast. Okay, we're going to look for the root directory and grep it out. Okay, so we find the root directory is this one over here. And we're just going to see what's under these directories. So let's see. grep root -c4. Okay, so we got the root directories here. We got .ash history. We got my folder. We got flag, and we got flag.uni.txt. So the actual flag was deleted. We know that it's been deleted because we see the text here. It says realloc. So reallocated means that this particular space has been reallocated for use, which means that it's been deleted. Well, the other thing we can do is we can take a look at the flag.uni.txt file over here. And another interesting file is this one over here, ash.history. So when we're doing pen testing on Linux systems, we're usually very interested in taking a look at the history files for different users, because the commands that they put into the terminal are recorded by the history file here. I'm just going to copy the inode number, and let's take a look at. Let's see, we're going to icat this. So we're just going to use the previous icat command we used before, but we're going to replace the number at the end here. So this number is associated with the ash.history command. And we see here that they created a flag.txt file. So these are all of the commands that this user did. So nanoflag.txt, they made the flag.txt file, and then they copied another file into a file called flag.uni.txt. And then they used the shred command on flag.txt. So the shred command, it deletes the file, but not only does it delete the file, it also shreds the contents of the file so that they can't be recovered. So that's the reason we weren't able to read the flag.txt file. Normally when you delete a file, the contents of the file don't really disappear, but it disappears from the file system. Let's see, Grim Rin says, do you think you're better than Ryan Montgomery? That's a silly question. Ryan Montgomery has a lot of experience and has been hacking for decades. I haven't been hacking for 5 years. And I look up to Ryan Montgomery. I think he's a cool guy. So yeah, Ryan Montgomery is better than me, for sure. Anyways, what were you talking about? So shred. So normally when a file is deleted, you're normally able to see its contents despite the fact it's deleted. It just means that that part of the file system can be used for writing extra information. And but if you use the shred command, that means that the file contents are going to be deleted from the are going to be overwritten, and which means you can't access it anymore. So all of that to say that this is the file that we're looking for over here, flag.uni.txt. So what we can do is we can do the fls command again, and we're just going to grep for this file name, flag.uni.txt. Ooh, grep. And we find the inode number over here. We're just going to copy it. And we're going to run icat. So icat, replace the number with the one that we just found, and then we get the flag, PicoCTF, byte surfer, something, something. So I can just copy this, and this is the flag we're going to supply to the challenge here. Okay, so we're just going to paste in the flag, submit the flag, and then we're finished. Okay, so we're going to do one more challenge. It's a little bit more difficult than the one we just did. And how much time do we have? We got 16 minutes. Hopefully we can finish it in that time. All right, so the challenge is called Operation Orchid. Let me see if I can just pull it up right now. Okay, so this is challenge number 285. Here's the link. Okay, so in the previous command, we used a lot more to investigate the file, the disk image. So we used the fstat command to get statistics associated with the file system, and this is mostly used to get the file system type for the file system that we can supply to other parts of the program. We use the fls command, which is used to get the names of the files inside of the file system. So FLS stands for file system ls. So we use that command, and we use the icat command. So the inode cat command is used to actually read the files from the disk image. So let's go ahead and do the next challenge, Operation Orchid. So let's use all the sleuthkit commands that we've learned so far with this PicoCTF challenge. Okay, and I just left the link in the chat. All right, let's go ahead and start the challenge then. So in the web shell, we're finished with this disk image here. We're just going to delete it so that we can make way for the next file. So rm disk.flag.image. The next thing we do is we're going to copy the address for the disk image. Then we're going to go to the web shell and we're going to wget to download the image. Okay, so here is the full command. Okay. So after we download it, we should have a disk.flag.img.gz file in here. Do you know who Kevin Mitnick is? Yeah, Kevin Mitnick is one of the most famous hackers in history, I suppose. But Kevin Mitnick passed away a couple of years ago. But his story is pretty well known. Anyways, let's unzip this file. So gunzip space disk.flag.img.gz. After you do that, we're going to have access to the actual image file and not the compressed version. All right, so we're just going to run the file command on this image again, just to make sure that we're dealing with the correct type of file. So in this case, it is a DOS MBR boot sector file. We've got a bunch of partitions again, and the first thing that we're going to be using the same commands that we used for the previous challenges. So the first command that we use is mmls on disk.flag.img. So we got some different partitions here, and Grimman says he was wanted by U.S. Marshals. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Kevin Mitnick was on the run for years. It was either 2 years or 5 years, but he managed to evade capture for a long time. Anyways, okay, so we got our different Linux partitions here. We can find out information about them using the command that we used for the previous challenges. So the fsstat command. Hold on. Let's mmls first, then fsstat. So we've got 3 partitions to look at. We got the one at 2048, the one at 206, and the one at 411. Grepataf says, thinking of spinning up a VM with Hydra PWK. Okay. Have you or anybody else used it? I'm interested to see how it compares to Kali. I haven't tried Hydra PWK, but if anybody else in chat has, let us know how it performs, because we've got someone here who's interested, and I haven't tried it out myself. Okay, so let's give the offset for 2048. So basically what we're doing here is we're trying to figure out which file systems are being used. We're not super interested in the contents right now, but let's see, disk.image.this. We're just going to pipe it into head. So we got ext4. So this one is using the ext4 file system type. We need to supply this to other commands. So I'm pretty sure that everything is using ext4. It's a pretty common file system format. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is we're going to get the one for this offset. And it cannot determine file system type, which means we don't need to worry about this. And let's do the last partition here. So last partition. Okay, feed this in. And this is also an ext4 system. Grimmer asks, wasn't Kevin Mitnick part of the biggest scammer shutdown with scammer payback? I mean, I don't know. You might want to do a little bit of research about that. I don't think so, but yeah. It's the answer is probably a couple of Google searches away. All right, so we're going to be doing the same kind of pattern of commands that we did for the previous challenges. So in the previous challenges, we got the file system types, ext4, and then we were we could take a look at the file system contents. So the file system contents, we use FLS with a certain offset. Hold on. So so these are the, so we're going to be keeping track of these different offsets here. So there's 2048 offset and there's a 411648 offset. I'm just going to paste these somewhere where I can keep them safe. Many hidden faces in the video is hard to tell. I don't know. If it was something done in the last 2 years, it's impossible for Kevin Mitnick to be in those videos because Kevin Mitnick passed away. He died a couple of years ago. Okay, so FLS offset 2048 and file system type ext4, and this is the name of the file. So there's not very much here. So this is probably not what we're looking for because there's not very many files in this system. So the next thing we can do is we can do the same thing, but for the other offset. The other offset was 411.
Mr. Hackney, please be excused from class.
Well, Kyle,
Yes.
you hear me? You go to
Hack.
You go to
Hack.
You
Have a great day.
Have a great day, Cybernerd Dante. Go to hack. Yes. All right, so we're just going to run the FLS command on the other partition that we found. And we see here that we've got what looks like a regular Linux file system. So in the previous challenge, what we were looking for was in the root directory. So maybe we should take a look inside the root directory. So FLS, and let's take a look inside of the root directory. So it's 472. And let's do that recursive. So this lets us see what's inside the root directory here. And inside the root directory, there's ash.history, ash_history, there's flag.txt, and there's flag.txt.enc. So enc implies that something is encrypted, and we've got the flag.txt file. It's been reallocated, and the first thing we should probably do is we should probably take a look at the history file here to see what commands were run on the terminal. So we're just going to run the icat command. So icat, we can use the rest of the arguments for the icat command we can get from here, from the FLS command, except we're going to modify a couple of things. So the thing that we're going to modify in this case is we're going to get rid of the -r, and we're going to replace the number at the very end with the inode number of the file that we actually want to take a look at, which is this one over here for .ash history, and copy that, paste in, and then take a look. Rohit, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so touch flag.txt, nanoflag.txt. So they created the flag.txt file, and then they ran OpenSSL. So OpenSSL is a program that can be used to do all sorts of encryption stuff. And what happened here? So they used OpenSSL to encrypt the flag. So they encrypted the flag with the AES 256 cipher, and then they salted it. They salted it with this particular salt, unbreakable password 1234567, and they created a file called flag.enc. So the encrypted version of the flag is called this. You see here that they also shredded the original flag.txt file, so we're not able to read the original flag. What we need to do is we need to take a look at the encrypted version. And so we can find the encrypted version over here, flag.txt.enc. So we need to copy the inode number, and then we need to take a look at that file. So let's see. So the same thing, we just run icat, but we replace the number with the other number. Okay, so so the contents of the encrypted flag here, they're not exactly readable. So what we need to do is we need to find some way to decrypt this flag. The good thing is that we've got all of the ingredients we need to decrypt the flag. We know what it was salted with over here, and we know what version of cipher was being used to encrypt the flag, which is AES 256. So let's talk a little bit more about this. Okay, so in the notes over here, so we note here that the OpenSSL program was used to encrypt the flag and turn it into a file called flag.txt.enc. So when we read it, we can read the flag and then write it to our directory using the icat command. So not only can we read the file using icat, we can also redirect it and create our own encrypted file over here using icat. So this is how we do it. So back at the web shell, we're going to run the same icat command, but we're going to redirect the output into flag.txt.enc, like this. So the entire command is this. If you want to use the same command yourself, here it is. Okay, so afterwards, you're going to see the file in here. It's going to have the same contents. And the way we decrypt this, let's talk about it. Thank you very much, Island Ghost Stephanie. Island Ghost Stephanie, that's a great name. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Okay, so we can use the OpenSSL command to decrypt the flag. This is the command we're going to be using. So often the way to reverse something that was done using a program is to use the same program. OpenSSL is a very common program on Linux systems. And this is what we're going to be doing with the OpenSSL program. So we run OpenSSL with the AES 256 cipher, which was used in the original command. We're going to decrypt, use -d instead of encrypt. We supply a salt. We supply an in file, which is flag.txt.enc, and we supply an out file, which is just regular old flag.txt. So we also supplied the salt that was used to salt the original hash, which is -k, and the salt is unbreakable password 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. When we run this command, it'll give us a warning, but it's fine. This still works. And after it's all done, we also see that flag.txt is in here. So all we need to do now is to read the decrypted flag and submit it to the challenge to finish the challenge. So cat flag.txt and this one, haunting past. Okay, great. Copy this and then go over to the challenge. In the challenge, paste in the flag and submit it, and then you're finished. Okay, so we managed to do 3 challenges of increasing difficulty, and we used some very common commands inside of the sleuth kit to do so. Let's talk a little bit more about this, and then we will finish out today's session. Okay, the sleuth kit software. So the sleuth kit is a popular program used in digital disk forensics. It includes several useful commands for interacting with disk image files, including the mmls command, which is used to display the media management of a disk image file in list format. So the mmls command is very useful for getting the offsets of these disk partitions that we can feed into other commands inside of the sleuth kit. So the fstat command is used to display statistics associated with the file system. In our case, we were mostly using it to figure out which file system type was being employed by the different partitions. And in all of the cases, it's the ext4 format. What's next? In the next HackerFrogs After-School Digital Forensics Workshop, we'll use a different program to look at disk image files in a more intuitive way. So we're going to be learning how to use a graphic user interface program called Autopsy to take a look at disk images. It's a lot easier for people to use, I think, and yeah, I think it's going to be a lot of fun. Grimrin asked, did you go to college for programming? No, I didn't go to college for programming. I only started learning about tech stuff in the last 5 years or so. Previously, I went to school for illustration, which is not exactly the same thing. Okay, let's move on into the next topic. So topic 2 is done. Topic 3 is here, and topic 4 is on deck. Let's go ahead and start our timer. And yeah, so the third topic we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing a couple of demonstrations for web app security challenges over at PicoCTF. So PicoCTF, well, we're working more with this. And let me set up, so we're not going to be using the web shell for these challenges, so we can just, well, just to be nice, we will delete everything inside of the temp directory here so that the space is cleared up. So rm star.star, okay, and then everything's deleted. Let's go ahead and get out of here. Okay, so let's see. So this is done. Let me move over to my walkthroughs. We're going to be doing a couple of walkthroughs for PicoCTF 2019. Let me navigate over there. PicoCTF 2019. All right, and let's keep on playing some music now. Okay, so the first challenge we're going to do is the client side again challenge. Let me open this up. Client side again PDF. So client side again. If you want to take a look at this challenge yourself, this is the link. Zen asks, have you ever been to DEF CON? I have not been to DEF CON, no. I would like to go to DEF CON eventually, but the first thing I want to do is I want to build up the community over here at HackerFrogs first. Because it would be really cool to meet up with a bunch of HackerFrogs community members over at DEF CON. Okay, so let me do my YouTube intros and outros, because, you know, I gotta make YouTube videos out of these things eventually. Everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Client Side Again challenge that is part of the PicoCTF 2019 event in the medium category from the web hacking category. The description says, can you break into this super secure portal? And they've got a couple of links. So the first thing we need to do to start the challenge is we need to access the websites themselves. So I'll just copy this over to the chat just in case you want to check it out, and let's navigate over to this website. So the website says here, new and improved login, enter valid credentials to proceed. So we don't know what the valid credentials are. We could, you know, just type in any old thing, click on verify, and then we get a message here that says incorrect password. So what we need to do is we need to figure out what is vulnerable inside this particular web page to finish the challenge. So how are we going to do that? Password is admin1234. Admin1234. Nope, not in this case. So the first thing that we tend to do when we're faced with these kind of challenges is we take a look at the web page source. So to look at the source, you can right click and then select view page source. This will give you the code that was used to create the page. So usually inside the page source, there are a bunch of notes, there's a bunch of sources, there might be some comments, but in this case, there's something very, very obvious that's sitting out in the open. And in this case, it's these script tags here. So the script tags here, they instruct the web browser to run some JavaScript. And in this case, they've got a really lengthy section of JavaScript. So what this is, it's kind of obfuscated, but there are some good parts here. So if we take a look here, we see what kind of looks like a flag. We see some squiggly brackets, and we also see PicoCTF. So there's something inside of this variable that has the flag inside. And if we know how to access this using JavaScript, we could probably get the contents of the flag. So this is what we're going to do. We're just going to copy this entire JavaScript code. Just select the entire line, copy it, and then we can go over to the JavaScript console. So in the JavaScript console, you can usually access it by using the F12 key on your keyboard, and that's going to open up the developer tools. Segfaults, heyo, hello, nice to see you here, Segfaults. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to paste in the code. So inside of the so there's a bunch of different tools in here. There's the memory tab, the storage tab, the network tab. What we want to do is we want to use the console tab. So click on the console tab, and then in the console terminal here, you can just paste in the code. So the code is all here. What we need to understand is that the name of the variable that we want to access is this over here. So it's _0x5a46. And we're going to run a command inside of JavaScript to access it. So we're just going to end this command here, and then we're going to do console.log. Console.log is the function inside of JavaScript that prints out something to the console. So when we run console.log, we need to put something in between some parentheses here. What we're putting inside the parentheses is the name of the variable, which is _0x5a46. Underscore, ooh, no, I need to go down here first. Underscore 5x, underscore 0x5a46. So just click on that, and we're going to end this command with the semicolon. So essentially, this is what we add on to the code after we paste it in. So after we've done all that, we're just going to run the command. So click on run here, and we get an array. So the array has the flag inside of it. So I'm just going to copy the entire array here. Just going to copy object. Copy object. Okay, and then we're going to go over to our terminal. And inside the terminal, we're going to paste in the code. And we're just going to put it in order. So we know that this is probably the start of the flag if we've taken a look at other flags. And we probably know that this is the end of the flag because the flag is going to start with the open bracket and it's going to end with the ending bracket. So the other parts of this array here, we can just delete them. We'll just delete the stuff that we don't think is the flag. So we think that this is the flag, and we just need to reorder it. German says, isn't the password right in plain sight, or is this something to confuse you? So this challenge is supposed to illustrate that we're not supposed to leave sensitive information on web pages where regular people can see it. So this flag here is considered sensitive information. So we're just gonna complete the flag. So PicoCTF, not this again. So I'm just gonna copy this. So this is the flag we're looking for right here. Okay, and we'll copy it and we'll submit this, and then we'll talk about what we did in this challenge and before we finish off the demonstration. Okay. Where was my... So this web app has a pseudo login form, and we don't know what the valid input is for this field. So, however, when we look at the web page source, we see that there's sensitive data in the JavaScript code. And in cybersecurity, this kind of vulnerability is called a client-side information disclosure. So client-side information disclosure could be a bunch of different things, but this is what happens when you start leaving sensitive code in client-side web pages, or if you decide to leave passwords or usernames in there. These are all kind of big no-nos as far as security is concerned. So that's how we solve the challenge. Let's go over and submit the flag, and then we're done. Everybody, this was a guided walkthrough for the Client Side Again challenge from the PicoCTF 2019 event. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, so Sozo says, well done, sir. Thank you very much, Sozo. We're not ending the stream or anything. It's just something I gotta say for the YouTube videos. Thank you very much for understanding. Okay, let's move on to the next challenge. So the next challenge we're going to be doing is the Irish name repo challenge, and this has something to do with SQL injection. So we'll talk a little bit about what SQL injection is while we solve the challenge. It's not a super complicated challenge, but if you haven't encountered SQL injection before, there are some things to learn. All right, let me set that up. Okay, client side. We're dealing with SQL injection. My favorite. Well, I mean, everybody's got their favorite web app security vulnerabilities, yeah. Okay, let's see. PicoCTF 19. Irish name repo 1. Okay. Let's go ahead and start. Hey everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Irish Name Repo 1 challenge from PicoCTF 2019. It's a medium level challenge in the web hacking category. The description says, do you think you can log us in? Try to see if you can log in. Additional details will be available after launching your challenge instance. So this is the type of challenge where you need to start up a virtual machine which hosts the website. And you can do that by clicking on the blue Launch Instance button over here. Grimran says, you gotta be a skid to put your password in the front-end server. Well, I mean, sometimes developers leave notes that might have credentials and stuff in their test servers. So they assume that they're gonna, do a big cleanup round before they push the application to production and actually put it online. But sometimes they forget to scrape everything or to scrub everything. And that's why these kind of sensitive information disclosure issues can come up. Okay, so now that the website is up and running, we can access it. So I'm just gonna get the link, and we can access it over here. So this web app over here, it's labeled List of the Irish, and we've got a bunch of Irish actors over here, or Irish celebrities. I'm not familiar with most of them. So Aidan Gillen was on Game of Thrones, and this other guy was on Game of Thrones as well. I'm not too sure who these other people are, but there are other parts of this website as well. So if you go over to the menu bar here, or the menu button, we have Close Menu, Support, and Admin Login. So let's just take a quick look at the support page here. And in the support page, we've got some messages being left here. So it says, cannot add name. I tried adding my favorite Irish person, Conan O'Brien. but I kept getting something called an SQL error. And the admin says, that's because Conan O'Brien is American. So that's obviously not the reason why the errors are happening. Why is the site so trash? Can you help me find my parents? I think they were Irish. No. Okay, anyways, let's navigate away from here. So they reference something called an SQL error, and the reason why there's an SQL error with when trying to put in this name, Conan O'Brien, it's because of this apostrophe right here. And this apostrophe, when we deal with SQL systems, it can be interpreted as a part of the code. I mean, if we go over to, I don't know, my favorite SQL learning tool, let's do SQL Zoo. This is a fun little website where you can practice using the SQL language. Is it actually going to load up the website? Maybe it's not. Hold on. Let me try another website instead. How about the SQL Murder Mystery? So the SQL Murder Mystery is a fun gamified way that people can learn about the SQL database language. New resource, it'll help me a lot. Yo Mama, that's a great name. Hello and welcome to the stream. Okay, so if we go over to any one of these SQL interface buttons over here, we can do some stuff. So select name from SQLite where table equals master. We could do a bunch of different database entries, like select name from person. Person is a table inside of one of these tables. So select name from person, and we get a bunch of names over here. Okay, so we could also do select name from person where a name equals O'Brien, or a name like O'Brien. So the thing is that we're not gonna get any data returned, even if we put this stuff in here. We don't get any data returned. It's because when you include this special character, well, this is considered a special character, the apostrophe, it interferes with the SQL coding logic, because this can be considered a part of the command like this. So these single quotes, the program doesn't know how to differentiate these single quotes here from the apostrophe in O'Brien. And this is kind of an illustration of how bad applications can misinterpret different special characters in user input. So let's talk a little bit more about this. Over here. Okay, so what we need to do in this challenge is we need to log into the application. And we can log into the application by going over to the admin login section. So the admin login section, we don't know what the username and password is, but we know that there is some sort of SQL injection vulnerability on the application. So if we put in a single apostrophe over here, this is going to cause an error, because we saw that this was reported in the other web page. So username is apostrophe, password, it doesn't matter, just type something in. And we get this error here. So SQLite 3 query unable to prepare a statement, and this is because the special character, the apostrophe here, it was interpreted as part of the SQL code. And let's talk a little bit more over here. So, and this challenge requires us to log in to the web app without knowing a valid username and password. We see in another page of the website that this app is vulnerable to SQL injection through inclusion of special characters. So in this case, the apostrophe is a special character. The comment here references the fact that poorly coded applications can return errors when names with apostrophes, such as O'Brien, are put into user input fields. So we can send different input, which injects SQL commands into the username field and allow us to bypass authentication on this app. So the payload we're going to be using to bypass the authentication is going to look a bit like this. So right now, this might not look like anything to you, but we'll try to explain what this payload does and how it actually lets us authenticate to the application where SQL injection is present. So a typical SQL statement which logs a user into the application with our injected code in the middle of it may look like the example above. So select username password, where username equals something and password equals something. So if we ignore the injected code here, what this is doing is it's looking for a true match. So the username, the Shy Hat, has a password HackerFrogs. If these two username and password pairs exist in the database, then it'll come back true and it'll log you into the application. So note that our code comments out the part of the statement related to the correct password. So this symbol right here in SQL language means that everything that comes after these symbols, ignore this. So this is going to be ignored. What we're doing, we're going to say username equals nothing, or 1 equals 1, which is a true statement. So or lets us create a true statement that logs us into the application, and the true statement we're supplying is 1 equals 1, which, if you go by programming logic, is always going to be true. So we should understand that the goal of submitting a valid username and password to the application is to supply a match which creates a true statement. The application doesn't really care if what your username is. It doesn't care what your password is. It only cares that the username and the password match, which will come back true in the application. So our payload here also creates a true statement. It says this could be true, or this could be true. Grimrin says, just use Hydra to correct the password. What if the password is something that we can't guess and is not part of our password lists? What if the password is 102 characters long and is a random string? We would never be able to crack that. But if we can use a trick like this, we can log into the application without knowing the password. Okay, so let's go over to the application now. How much time do we have left? Oh, we got 20 minutes. Okay. All right, so we're going to use our payload here. So single quote or 1 equals 1, and then comment everything else out. Okay, password, it doesn't matter what we put in for the password here because we're commenting out the rest of the SQL statement. Okay, so click on login, and then we are logged in. Your flag is PicoCTF some SQL. Okay, let's grab the flag and copy that, and go over to our challenge, and then submit the flag, and then we're finished. Okay, everybody, this was a guided walkthrough for the Irish Name Repo 1 challenge over at the PicoCTF 2019 event. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, there's ads running. We're not ending right now. It's just something I got to say for the YouTube videos. Thank you for understanding. We've got an ad running on Twitch right now, so I'll run an ad on YouTube, and we're just going to take a minute to have a little water break. So enjoy the birds and enjoy the music. We'll be back in about 45 seconds. let's get rid of the birds and let's get back to the hacking. Okay, so that's we're finished with our demonstrations for today. Come back next week and I'll have more demonstrations to show everybody. But in the meantime, I think what we're going to do is we're going to try to solve some challenges we haven't done before. So I'm interested in taking a look at more Wireshark challenges because I need to get better at using Wireshark. So you got Wireshark do. We got Shark on Wire 2. I don't think we've finished these two challenges here. We haven't done before. So Grepataf says, "Is that your bird cam?" Yeah, this is my bird cam. These are the birds in my neighborhood. So with the remaining time that we have left here, we got about 30 minutes. We're gonna try to do these other two Wireshark challenges. So we're just gonna try this one over here. So these are more digital forensics challenges. I need to get better at doing these. Okay, so it says, can you find the flag? And we got shark2.pcapng. So this file here, let's go ahead and copy it. So the other thing we're going to do, we're going to try to, do a little write-up, because we love doing write-ups over here at HackerFrogs. Which challenges? This is 2021, PicoCTF 2021, okay. PicoCTF 2021. Okay, this one is for forensics. And it's called, what was it, Wireshark do. Oh, it's Wireshark 222. Okay, so Yo Mama says, "Hey dude, I gotta go. Thanks for the great stuff. Love your work. Keep it up." Thank you very much, Yo Mama. Nice to see you, and hope to see you again. Grimmer asks, "Do you know how to use sec lists?" I mean, sec lists is a bunch of word lists for different cybersecurity tasks. You just need to know which list to look for. It's not. It's a very good repository. But by know how to use sec lists, it's I'm not exactly sure what you're asking. You just look up the lists. Okay, let's go ahead and switch the music over. Let's try some Faster Than Light. Okay, so for this challenge, we need the URL for the challenge, we need the concept to finish the challenge, and we need the method of solving the challenge. Okay, we've got the... oh, that's not it. Just a second. Let me download this file. Okay, we got a nice empty directory here. Let's download the file. It's another pcap file, shark2.pcapng. Okay. So before we start, I just need to grab the URL for this challenge. This is challenge 110. If you want to try this out yourself, I can give you a link for the pcap file. It's this thing right here. Copy that. Okay, so if you wanted to download this file yourself and then do some investigation, you're very free to do so. Let's start up Wireshark on our Kali box. wants a password. Okay. Okay, so I think we can make everything a little bit bigger in here. Can we? Here, just use this button. I guess we can't do it before we load up a file. Let me go ahead and open that file. Okay, this is in the temp directory, temp. Here it is. Okay, so we've got our packets and stuff, and we're supposed to be looking for a flag. Let's see if we can do it with our Wireshark skills. Can you find the flag? Can you find the flag? I mean, So if we go in here, there are all these packets. There's how many packets are there in here? There's 4,831 packets. If we look through these packets one by one, it's going to be very, very difficult. So we need to find a way to narrow down what we're looking at. One way we can do that is we can take a look at conversations. So click on one of these HTTP packets and then go over to follow HTTP stream. This will show you the different conversations that are being had between the servers. Hold on, can I make this bigger? How do I make this bigger? Okay, this is where I need to search Wireshark conversation window font size. Okay, conversation window cannot be, font size in the window cannot be changed directly within the application preferences. The conversation window is part of the general graphical interface. Okay, let me let me go back in. So this window, I'm just going to close it for now. And maybe I can go to the options. Edit preferences. So in the preferences, we can probably resize or adjust the font. I wish there was a search window in here. Appearance, font and colors. Here we go. Okay. System default, Liberation Mono 11. We want this to be much bigger. Let's set it to 20 point. Okay, let's try applying this. Oh, that's a little bit too big. That is a little bit too big. Let's change. Let's try 12 point font. Applying that. Okay, this is pretty big. But the thing is that does this apply to the other windows? So if we start up the conversation, follow HTTP stream. Okay, this is a little bit better. So I just want to make it so that everybody on the stream can read what I'm reading along with us. Together, rather. So we'll click on one of these HTTP protocol packets. We'll follow the HTTP stream. And we're looking for the flag. Flag. So we're looking for the word flag, or we're looking for the word Pico. Wait, did we find it in here? Hold on. So the other thing we can do is we can go inside of here in the display filter, and we can start looking around for frame matches. Somebody told me about this in the last stream. So frame matches, and then put something inside of the string here. So PicoCTF Pico. So this stuff matches? I mean, does it? Oh, wow. There's a flag in here. Is there a flag in here? Hold on. Let me try copying this. So copy bytes as hex and ASCII dump, and we'll just put it into our file over here. Test.txt. PicoCTF and this. But the thing is that we can't copy this, because if we try to copy it, we copy all these other numbers as well. Let's see if we can copy this cleanly. Okay. So right-click, copy as ASCII text. Okay, and then go back. Let's get rid of all this stuff. Paste in the new thing. What? Flawed paste. Yeah, I'd call that a flawed paste. Hold on. Go down to the bottom. Right click. Copy as UTF-8. Okay, and then after that, try pasting it in here. Let's just paste it into the... Okay, so this works. So this is just PicoCTF, this really long flag. Let's copy that. This was easier than I thought it would be. I thought it would be a bit harder than that. Alright, let's go back to the challenge. In the challenge, paste in the flag, submit the flag. That flag is incorrect. I guess it couldn't be that easy, huh? So, I mean, it looks like the correct flag format, but I guess this is encrypted somehow? Or either this content is encrypted, or we need to find, this is not the correct flag. So it's one of the two. Let's get a hint. Hint 1. Did you really find the flag? Did you really find the flag? Well, I mean, we thought we found the flag. Let's go back to Wireshark. So we got Wireshark, we got a bunch. Oh, we got a bunch of different flags. So each one of these packets has a flag in it. That's a big pain in the butt. What are we gonna do? So we're looking at 89 packets, and if we're assuming that all 89 of these packets have the same have a flag in them, then how good do you think hacking on a Raspberry Pi is? Well, I mean, the Raspberry Pi is kind of a limited computer. If you're okay with the limited resources of the Raspberry Pi, then go ahead and use it. I would use the most powerful machine that I could to learn about hacking stuff, but that's just me. But of course, you know, everybody's got their own limitations as far as, like, you know, budgets or other things are concerned. So these are all flags. So how do we know which one is the real flag? I guess what we would do is we would just extract all these. How about a banana pie? I don't know what a banana pie is. Okay, so something else we can do. Let's just clear. So another thing we can do with the PCAP file here is we could try looking for strings. Strings. And inside of these strings, we can start looking for Pico. Grep Pico. Yeah, here are PicoCTF strings. So we could try submitting all of these strings. Actually, how many strings are there here? There's 89 strings, or there's 89 flags. So let's get another hint, because submitting all 89 of these flags, it's probably that none of these flags are accurate. Look for traffic that seems suspicious. Traffic that seems suspicious, huh? Okay. Let's go back. Okay, let's get rid of the filters. It's like a Raspberry Pi, but the motherboard is blue. I can't give you any opinions on the Banana Pi because I've never heard of it. So what we could be looking for is some unusual protocols. So we can sort by protocol, and then go up to the top. One thing that's kind of annoying about Wireshark is that I never know where the bar is that we're supposed to be clicking and dragging on. Can we do page up and page down? Yeah, we can do that. Alright, so we're just going to go up to the top. And we're going to look for unusual protocols. If you know, we can also try go to packet 1. Actually, wait. So there's DNS stuff. There's ARP stuff. Okay. So the challenge is asking us to look for traffic that seems suspicious. How do we identify this? So if anybody has better working knowledge of Wireshark than I do, which is going to be a lot of people, feel free to offer advice. Okay, so we got ARP required protocols, we got DNS protocols. And let's see, after the DNS protocols, it's just gonna go into a bunch of, what is this stuff? What is GQUIC? Arranged by packet number so that we can follow the traffic. We will see what's happening in real time. Okay, so let's not organize by protocol then. Let's organize by number. Okay, we can use the home and end buttons. That's nice. So Agent 57, Google QIC protocol. But yeah, Agent 57, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Let's give you a fun video game. How about some Hack the Planet?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Okay, we want to follow the TCP stream of data. So we can click on the very first packet here and then follow the conversation. Follow TCP stream. I'm afraid we don't have a redeem that's just called nerd. Are you looking for something that you saw before? WS man, great. Oh, Homer shutting down. You know what? I need to put that in the I need to add that. I need to add something like that. I'd probably create that myself. The Simpsons, Homer, shout, nerd. Yeah, okay, I'll put that in the list of stuff to add. Thank you very much, Agent 57. Okay, let's... Subscriptions, Kerberos stuff. Okay. Man, this goes on for quite a while. I was hoping that whatever we were looking for was in some sort of unusual protocol, like, you know, FTP or something, but eStream shows you what's going on in the network. Yeah, so these are conversations between the servers and the clients. The official Red's Shrimp and Herring website is still under construction. Please check back later. Okay, and what are we making connection to? We're connecting to host 18 to... I mean, this is an unusual IP address for this particular, you know, Shrimp and Herring website. We could start looking at stuff that comes from this host. The packet looks a little bit fishy. Hazara Pati, hello, nice to see you here. But I guess, well, I mean, we don't have too many leads to go on, but I'll keep track of this IP address. Let's take a look at some other streams. Okay, get flag. Well, I mean, this is one of the flags. I'm pretty sure we got this exact flag in some of the other output. I was being fun. No, yeah, no worries, no worries. All right, let's yeah, we got this exact flag when we ran strings. So we don't know. Well, is this one the exact flag? I don't know. We could try submitting this and see if it works. This is not the flag. Okay, so if we look at other streams, we probably get a bunch of these different flags. Probably not going to see it in here. But an interesting thing about this is that they're reaching out to a certain server. Oh, you know what? Maybe we can ignore this server, because this server... Let's see. Agent 57 says, it won't be, but we can see how how they are got by the attacker. Okay, let's keep on going. Denkiako, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, and... we got more flags. Is this the same IP address? This is the same server, the same host. So maybe what we need to do is we need to ignore everything from this host. We only have so many streams to look at. Yeah, I think... 12, 13, 1 bytes missing in capture file. Oh, you know what else we could do? We could take a look and see if there are any files that were downloaded. So we can go over to export objects, and we can take a look at HTTP to see if there's anything that we can extract out of here. So all content types, we've got a bunch of different. Let's do TXT files. TXT files, no. How about zip files? No zip files. Looks like they're all... oh, these are flag files. Okay. TXT? No. Or we could look at content types. All content types. Text plain? Oh, interesting. There's a file name called token. Okay, let's take a look at this. Okay, this is packet 4336. Let's go to that packet, 4336. 4336. Go to packet. Okay, so here we are. And this is supposed to have like a token inside. Okay. Why is this so squished up? Squished up here. Okay, so this looks like, hold on, let's copy this as UTF-8 text. This looks like, what is it called? Base64 encoding. Yeah, Base64. All right, let's try echoing this out. Just a second, let me just get rid of all this stuff. So we're just gonna echo this out, and then we're going to decode. We're gonna decode from Base64. Invalid input. Is this valid Base64? I think it might not be. Because we got this dash in here, and the dash isn't part of the Base64 system. So it could be, which system includes the minus symbol? The odd X as well. Yeah. So okay. Decode cipher. Decode cipher identifier. Is there like a command line tool? Let me copy this. Are they supposed to be there? The odd X. Well, I mean, the odd X, yeah, it looks like web-based. Oh, okay. Decode cipher identifier. Let me pull it up. Decode cipher. AQAA is the prefix for temp credentials to AWS services. Really now? Cipher identifier. Okay, we got this one over here. Paste this in and analyze. So it says Base64 encoding. Well, this isn't necessarily. It's a long term. Okay, the other thing we can do is we can just go back to line-based data is this thing. Yeah. I mean, does it look different if we just export it? So if we export this, and then save as, and put it in here. Temp. Oh, did we already copy it? Preview Ron Dune. Hello, nice to see you here. What the heck did we copy over here? The heck? Security credentials token. Token, cat token. Yeah, so this token here. So Hazarapati says that's the prefix for temp credentials to AWS services. It's probably not. It's probably not Base64, because when we tried to decode this from Base64, we don't get anything meaningful. Unless it's not supposed to be meaningful and it's supposed to be some sort of, like, you know, binary. What is the question asking? So the question is asking, well, it's asking about unusual traffic, right? Look for traffic that seems suspicious. This, I mean, the file here seems a little bit suspicious, but maybe we're supposed to be looking at other stuff instead. I think we were looking at either TCP or HTTP conversations. Yeah. Okay. Latest API token on this host here. So user agent AWS. So we got some AWS stuff going on. Base64 encoded, but probably AES encrypted. Do you have any keys? Do we? So we included our token over here. Actually, wait, we were given a token. It looks like. Latest API token. We make a request, and then we get this thing. .190.169 is an ARP IP. The other thing we can do is we can just get all of the traffic that involves this host. Right? We can go over to IP address equals something something. Okay, and it's how many packets? There's only 20 packets in this case. We got a XML file. Oh, but it's not found. Hazara Patty says, opening mind me chiming. No, don't worry. I'm also like a noob as far as Wireshark is concerned. I'm trying to get better at using the program. Okay, Rondoon says, I'm investigating a phishing scam. Okay, and I'm stuck. Would you be interested in hearing what I have so you can find something? The question also applies to those in chat. I'm investigating a phishing scam. Rondoon, do you work as a security in a security role, or are you working on this project from the perspective of some other role in your company? What is in packet 4344? Got latest Metasig data IAM security. This looks like more AWS stuff, Amazon Web Services. Okay, let's see if I can pull this stuff over so we can get more on the screen at the same time. So security credentials. Security credentials, XAWS, metadata. This is another token, right? You can double click on them. Yeah, okay. So XAWS EC2 metadata token. And I'm pretty sure this is pretty similar to the stuff we got before. Copy value. It's the same token. We can compare the token. So AA. Yeah, this looks like the same token. Okay, so Rundy says, they tried to fish you and people close to you, so I started investigating on my own. I'm currently studying independently. Well, I mean, if somebody tried to fish you, I'm assuming that you work at like at a company, and they're trying to fish you. They're trying to get you to, you know, run files on your computer and stuff like that. And yeah, I mean, a good thing to ask yourself is what do you want the end goal of your investigation to be? So if you find out, you could start searching for the email addresses that they're using, or maybe the domains that they're using, and figure out if whether or not, you know, these domains are associated with phishing attacks. They probably are, and you might be able to figure out, like, you know, more information about the groups that use these email addresses, and you can take a look at the style of the phishing emails, because certain styles of phishing emails might be, well, they're probably not going to be unique, but it might give you a little bit more insight as to how the phishing emails are being created. Latest metadata is this EC2 metadata service. So this one here, right? To see all the protocols in Wireshark, use the statistics protocol hierarchy to make a breakdown of all the protocols in the capture file. Statistics protocol hierarchy? Can't make this bigger. Frame, Ethernet, extensible markup language. So XML, if we could get the contents of this XML file, it might give us, it's an outlier, for sure. Line-based data, line-based text data in extensible markup language. So there was this one, HTTP XML. Whoops. So this is just not found. It doesn't really tell us too much. Null filter for XML. So filter everything by XML. So filter by protocol XML. Applies filter selected. How do we select just the XML stuff? I guess we could start looking for XML information in the packets. Frame matches. I guess the word XML gets thrown around a lot. How many packets were we looking at? We're looking at 702 packets. That's a lot. Get the feeling this isn't... okay, we got a bunch of these flag these flag endpoints here. Oh, you know what? We're done. we're supposed to be done with this topic. I was okay. I might look into more of this later. But what are we supposed to be doing? We're supposed to be doing the final part of today's stream. What is the post? The post? There was a post request? Hold on. Frame matches XML. There was a post request? Yeah, there's a few post requests. WSMan subscriptions. This is encrypted stuff. Rondoon asks, "Can I send the information here? Is it an issue?" You know what? You know what I would do? If people are interested, they can. Why don't you try putting it in a paste bin? Because I'm not sure if reassemble the packet. Okay, so reassemble TCP. Okay, so for Rondoon, I don't know if you've tried using Pastebin before, but it's a place where you can create text documents and you can share it with people anonymously. If you want to share the information in the chat for people to look at, just paste the stuff into the paste bin, and then share the link after you've created the new paste. Okay, what were we dealing with? Yeah, so this is the frame is here, the reassembled TCP is here. Kerberos stuff. So if anybody's interested in taking a look at Ron Dean's information about some of the scammers, then you can check out the pastebin link that he just left. Aqua, hello, nice to see you here. And thank you very much for following. Haza Rapati, thank you. Thank you very much for the follow. And thank you very much for following NP Sharky. You know what? Let's give everybody a fun redeem. How about some Jurassic Park?
It's a Unix system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything.
Okay, so yeah, I'm not too sure how much longer I should be working on this. Because I could be working on this for a while, but I really want to... First was a Next. Back in 1997. Sorry, Hazaparati says, my first pen test platform was an SGI. I really have a lot of respect for people who were doing pen testing back when it was the Wild West. Because I started my pen testing journey back in 2021 or 2022. Which was kind of a long time ago, but not pre-Nmap. Jeez. I can't imagine what it was like before Nmap. I mean, I guess everybody was using different programs before Nmap was popular. Anyways, well, I'll try to finish this challenge later, but we're going to be doing this room over here called the Rabbit Store. We used Next Step because it was easy to quickly write tools. Next Step. Was Next like a brand of computers? I don't even remember. I do remember vaguely about some of the computer stuff back then. Okay, so pre-OS X. All right, but yeah, thank you. Hey, hello, welcome to the stream, MP Sharky. Welcome in. So everybody, if you don't have an account over at TryHackMe, you can make one for free. And we're using a free... Aqua says, I'm going to try Rabbit Store with you. No worries, no worries. I want everybody to try the challenges along with us so that we can all feed off each other, right? Rabbit Store, this is a relatively new room. How long ago was it created? Anyways, not super relevant. Let's... After you've gone to the web page, you can click on the Join Room button. And then after you've joined the room, you can access the machine. So wait for 5 minutes after clicking on the Start Machine button. For free users, it's recommended that you use your own VM or system because some website components require internet access to fetch certain files. It's recommended to use your own VM or system. Huh. Interesting. Solid MGO, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. And thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Okay, let's check this out. Let's start the machine. This is Rabbit Store. And let me put some time on the clock so that we're not doing this too long. 6:14. We'll put 2 hours on the clock. Hopefully we can solve it before then. But who knows? Okay, what do you use to take notes? Are you using Obsidian? I use GitHub to take my notes. So over on GitHub, I take all of my notes in these markdown files over here. And the good thing about using GitHub is that GitHub is available pretty much everywhere. Well, everywhere you have an internet connection. But yeah, I mean, I also keep everything public, which means that people can, people can read my stuff anytime they want. What kind of CTF is this? I might do this alongside you. Yeah, this is on TryHackMe. TryHackMe is a very popular platform. You just need to have an account over there, log in, and then go over to the Rabbit Store link. Add an hour to the box then too. Yeah, we're gonna have to come back and add an hour to this box. Well, I can add it right now. Yay, it's done. We got 2 hours to go. All right, let's use your own VM or system. I've been having some troubles with the using the TryHackMe OpenVPN keys, but hopefully we don't have an issue today. Okay, so where is the connection page? Manage account, resources, dark mode. Wasn't there like an access? Access machines here. Okay. So attack box or OpenVPN to connect to the network via VPN. Okay, so view the dedicated OpenVPN access page for more information. Good old THM. GoSec, hello, nice to see you here. If you want to do this room along with us, I mean, you're free to do so. We can hack together. It'll be a lot of fun. Okay, so let's go over to machines and US West regular 1, and we will regenerate our key. So there were issues with the OpenVPN keys not being up to date on TryHackMe. So we'll just download the configuration file. Okay, the Shyhat 1 OpenVPN. Aquasense, okay, my machine's up, I'll wait for you. I mean, you can start without us if you want. Okay, let's see. Remote access, VPN connection over here. Let's see. Let's rename the file. So we got this one. Let's rename this to THM West server OVPN. Okay, and we'll use this. Hopefully it's not compression for receiving an Yeah, we might have an issue here. We'll try accessing the machine. Okay, so we got our IP address. We can copy that. We're just gonna try to ping the target. THM VPN is not my cup of tea. Maybe it's because I don't have premium. Even if you don't have premium, these VPN keys should be working. Like, that's just a basic service for the people, who are using the free tier. Okay, let's try pinging the machine. Okay, well, I mean, it seems like we've got access. We're getting access to the machine. Let's try accessing it in the web page, or in the browser rather. Okay, so we'll just paste in our. We're having a trouble. Cloudsite.thm. So we've got a we were redirected to http cloudsite.thm, which means we need to add this to our host file. So we just need to edit our host file to include this particular domain. So cloudsite.thm, and we need to paste in the IP address. The IP address is where? This one. Grepitaf says, I had trouble connecting the last time I used THM's VPN. I think it really depends on the, I think it depends on the connection or the server location. So the different servers locations seem to have different VPN keys. If you're having trouble with your VPN key, try switching your server over to US West Regular 1, and then regenerate your keys, and then download the configuration file. Sometimes ISP creates some issues as well. But let us know if you're having issues with the VPN key. Okay, so after you've put in your information, the IP address and the domain name, just save out your etc host file, and then you should be able to resolve the host for this domain. So refresh. Okay, good. All right, so what do we do? So we got a website here. We have a full-fledged website with a bunch of different pages. Okay, we got a contact us page, a blog page, a services page about us. So an interesting thing about company websites is that if the company websites have an About Us page, they might have a number of users that you might be able to enumerate. So we got these names over here. They're facial surgeons? Are these all doctors? Wait. Anyways, we can copy... Wait, these are all the same name. Anyways, alright. Well, I guess this is our username. Copy it over to... Where were you working inside of? Okay, we got our... I mean, we can also scan with Nmap as well. Huh. We got all this stuff here. Let me just get rid of all this stuff. We can re-download this stuff later. How come... Okay, so what were we doing? We're trying to keep track of this user over here, David Canuel. Echo out David Canuel to users.txt. Their parents were all part of the same cult in the 90s. That has to be it. Seal01. Hello, nice to see you here. What is up? RoboPimp. Hello, nice to see you here, and welcome to the stream. We're doing this room over here on TryHackMe. It's called, what is it? Rabbit Store. If you want to join along with us, you're very welcome to. The room is free, and yeah. Let's go ahead and do our usual enumeration stuff. So we can do an Nmap scan. So we're just going to Nmap and try to find all the ports for this particular machine. So the first, because we're doing this through a VPN connection, the scans might come back kind of slow. Hold on. What was the name of this domain? The name of the domain is called cloud something something, cloudsite.thm. Okay. Okay, we got a port 22 and we've got a port 80. These are pretty typical. I'm more interested in seeing if Nmap can find anything anything interesting on, well, on other ports on the server. The other thing we could do is, well, we've got GoBuster over here. We could start doing some directory busting as well. So GoBuster, all this stuff. We're only dealing with one host, and it's cloudsite.thm. Hello, and welcome NP Sharky for subscribing on YouTube. Very much appreciated, thank you. Cloudsite.thm. So we're just going to use GoBuster to enumerate some web pages with different file extensions, so like PHP, JS, TXT, HTML, etc., etc. We're going to see if we're able to find any interesting endpoints. So we found index and blog, yeah, services. Ravi Balan, nice to see you here. Hello. I was earlier looking at the VODs. Oh, okay, no worries, no worries. Okay, we got assets, so cloudsite.thm assets. So if we're able to access the assets directory, it's, well, it might point us to some juicy resources. The other thing we could do is we could manually check to see if there's a robots.txt page. Probably not, but it's, you know, it's something else to search for. Okay, no robots.txt here. Is there a sitemap.xml? Also no. Okay, how are you and how's it going? So we're just doing some testing over here for fun over at Rabbit Store. If you want to try Rabbit Store yourself, you can do it over here. It's totally free. Okay, so we don't have any real... They don't give us any clues. That's fine. We'll just look for the clues ourselves. So JavaScript directory. And... okay, let's go ahead and use Nuclei. Nuclei is, well, it's a tool that I've been experimenting with more and more. It's kind of an all-in-one scanning tool. So you just give it an IP address, and it'll usually do some automated scans. It's like an updated version of Nikto. That's my kind of sense of it. But cloudsite.thm. Whoops, that's not how you spell cloudsite. Watching daily live but not imposing myself. No worries, no worries. If you have any questions about any of the stuff we're doing, feel free to ask the questions. If you have questions that are not super relevant to what we're doing right now, but they're still, you know, related to cybersecurity, you can ask the questions. I'm happy to answer. We got ads running on Twitch. Oh, hold on. Okay, and we'll run them on YouTube. We're going to take a very short break while I have a little bit of water. But in the meantime, check out these birds. Okay, let's put the birds away and let's get back to the hacking. Tori, hello, nice to see you here. How's it going? Okay, so nuclei, we're running this scan over here. Running HTTPX input host, okay, so what did it find? Apache generic web application firewall. Port 22, oh, it found port 161. That's really? 161? Okay, it found port 22, public key password, normal stuff. 161, SNMP, huh? I haven't done testing against SNMP in a long time. I'm gonna have to refresh myself on how to do that stuff. Okay, email extractor. What? Ooh, it's using WordPress. Okay. So if we've got WordPress, that means all sorts of. Gratitude says UDP SNMP v3 is generally not vulnerable. Was that UDP? Not too sure if it doesn't say whether or not it was TCP or UDP. Azura Fetty says these people are clearly idiots, huh? SNMP exposed WordPress. Well, I mean, you know, this is an exercise, and it's intentionally vulnerable, so we can't be super mad at them for having, you know, vulnerable stuff. Do a show mount E on it. SNMP is hold on. So we found a couple more ports. We got 4369 and 2727672. This is kind of weird. We're gonna do another. I know, but I can still be judgy. No worries, no worries, no worries. Okay, so we'll do nmap 22, 80, 4369, and 25672. We'll try to get some versioning information and common scripts. And we'll rerun that. The Nordic language. The Nordic language? Okay. But yeah, we'll scan this. We also got this. We'll rename this nuclei. Okay, info at smartiapps.com, sales at smartiapps.com. Okay, so I guess we can add these to something called emails. So emails.txt, whatever information we find, we need to document it. Nano, emails, email.txt. We'll just include these here in case we need to supply some sort of email addresses. Okay, save that. Tori says, I wish I could stay till the end of Steam, but it's 4 a.m. here, need some sleep. No worries, Tori. You can watch the videos after the fact, and it's almost as good. Okay, so what do we got going on? A bunch of security headers that are missing. WordPress plugin detected. I mean, how could it tell? All right, we can go back to the GoBuster. The GoBuster was trying to find different endpoints for us. JavaScript about us, contact us, services, blog. Still have our nmap scan running over here. I'll just shut down Wireshark. We can take a look at it. Take a look at the stuff later. 404 not found. There's no sitemap. That's fine. In assets, you have listing on the Apache conf. Really now? Oh, interesting. Okay, so we got plugins. Plugins testimonial. This is how it was able to tell. So testimonial, I mean, it reports that testimonial is the name of a WordPress plugin, but we don't know for sure if WordPress is installed on the application, because if so, there would probably be like a WordPress directory or something. Don't think there is. Nope. Red Team Rookie says, Rambalan, start with hacking. TryHackMe, they have junior pen testing path. Rambalan, I don't think I caught that message. Oh, Ravabalan. Okay. I do know there are several sessions where to start, like forensics or OSINT or anything apart from that. It really depends on what you're looking for. Are you talking about the YouTube channel? And just put a prompt into AI and it's making something. It's still coding after six minutes. I mean, the problem with using AI to code stuff is that if you're relying on the AI to code the stuff properly, and if you don't know the coding language that it's coding in, you wouldn't be able to spot any of the errors that it's making, and you wouldn't be able to debug it if it doesn't work. Aqua says another vhost. What are we looking at? To put it in one whole script. One whole. I don't think I've heard of that one. If anybody knows one whole, let us know. Depends on the LLM. Recent GPT is very bad. Claude is better. I'm biased. I have had better experience with Claude. Using Claude over other LLMs for coding stuff. Okay, so what were we doing? Nmap stuff. Rabbit. The name of. Okay, so the name of the exercise is called Rabbit, so we need to we need to pay attention to this. He was asking about how to start learning cybersecurity. Oh, okay. You're talking about who was in the chat? It was Ravabalan? Yeah, Ravabalan, you're asking about how to get into cybersecurity. Let me give you a starter pack. So we've got some links over here. The first two links are about IT in general. The third link is about computer networking, which is something you're gonna have to learn if you want to do cybersecurity stuff. And the fourth one is easy. Well, it's a really big CTF walkthrough playlist over on PicoCTF. But Ravabalan, let me know what your previous experience is with tech and programming and other stuff like that, and I can better answer your question. When was this THM room released? I think it's pretty recent. Huh. So this stuff that's happening on this port, we don't know what it is. So 4369 is the Erlang port mapping daemon, and it's got a node called Rabbit. That's all we know. But as far as when this room was released, let me take a look. Chart, scoreboard, write-ups. It's pretty recent. It's not a super old room. But aside from that, I'm not completely sure. Okay, so how do we know that there's this service on 4369. I'm not too sure how to do pen testing against this. Erlang, huh? There's also this port, and it wasn't able to figure out what service was running on it. We could do something. Let's see, let's call this research. Cloud site.thm. This port here. Okay, we connect telnet to the port. I mean, yeah, netcat, telnet. This just kicks us out after a few seconds. Can we get some help? Who am I? Hello? Nope. I'm checking Erlang stuff, just matching it to the release. Oh, release date of the room. That's some metadata. That's some metagaming right there. Yeah, for sure. Okay, and the other port was this one, 4369. Looks like using netcat isn't the intended way. Okay, 4369. I think we can look this up in like hack tricks or something. Okay, where's my 4369 Erlang port mapper daemon? If anybody's wondering what we're looking at this. Coordinator for distributed Erlang instances. Okay, symbolic mapping nodes. Enumeration manual. Ah, okay, we need to send specific bytes when we do manual enumeration here. Okay, otherwise we could just do nmap. EPMD info. Okay, let's give this a try. Nmap. Let's see if it can find anything. So we just get the port number and we get the nodes. So if we have a node and a node number, can we do further enumeration on this? I guess we should keep on reading. Erlang cookie RCE. If you can leak the authentication cookie, you will be able to execute code on the host. Usually this cookie is located in this directory here, generated by Erlang at first start. Yeah, I mean, we don't have this. Local connection. In this case, we're going to use CouchDB to escalate privileges. I mean, we don't have a cookie, we can't do this. We don't have the cookie, we can't do this. Okay, so I mean, it looks like we need to get this cookie if we want to do anything else with Erlang. Alright. I guess the other thing that we could figure out is the version of Erlang that's being used. It might be vulnerable to something directly. Okay, and well, we don't get a version over here. Okay, I mean, what else do we have? So we're doing GoBuster. We weren't able to find any. We can't find any other. Wow, this is going to take a really long time. We've been scanning for like 20 minutes or something, and it's only 6% done. All right, well. Okay, so we picked up these email addresses here. And Nuclei reported 161, but I guess maybe this isn't TCP. Maybe this is UDP. We'll try scanning against 161 first. Sick in the mind. Hello, nice to see you here. We're just doing a little room on TryHackMe called Rabbit Store. If you're interested in joining in, there's the link. Okay, so we'll scan directly against 161. Just to make sure that this exists. Although I don't think it does. Yeah, it's closed. So I guess we could also check to see if the UDP port is open. And it says it's closed. So I don't know what Nuclei was thinking. Okay, let's do a little bit more snooping on the website. So about us, services, blog, contact us. We have a login page as well. Oh? Oh, okay. This goes to a different subdomain. Well, this goes to a subdomain rather. storage.cloudsite.hthm. So we can add this. More host names. yeah. Okay, so we'll just add that subdomain to what we already have. So we got cloudsite.thm, and then we are also going to use storage.cloudsite.thm. Another thing we could do is we could do like general subdomain enumeration on this on the server as well. But I'm not sure. That's something we'll do if we run into things to do. Okay, so storage. Let's resolve this. So this is a different subdomain. We got sign up, we got login, we have a blog. Okay, so this leads to the other subdomain. I wonder if there's anything funny in here. Funny, we got finance, Node.js, Angular. These are all HTML pages. Just gonna look for anything silly in the comments. Don't think there's anything silly here. Okay. So we can make an account ourselves. So I mean, the obvious thing to do is to just try some default credentials. Don't think we're dealing with default credentials here. Okay, and in that case, if we can actually make an account, it'll be much easier to enumerate the application after we've signed in. So let's do sign up. We have email and password. HackerFrogs@hackerfrogs.com. And password. User registered successfully. Okay. Rupankar, hello. Nice to see you here. Hello. User registered successfully. So if we have an account, we can log in, and then after we log in, we can get a better sense of what's going on in the application. HackerFrogs@hackerfrogs.com. Log in. Okay, it says, sorry, this service is only for internal users working within the organization and our clients. If you're one of our clients, please ask the administrator to activate your subscription. Have a nice day, and we can log out. So dashboard inactive. Can we just navigate away from this? Cannot get dashboard. Okay, so the other question here is, did we receive a cookie when we logged in? So we can take a look in our storage. We received a JWT. Go to active. That's a good suggestion, yeah. Inactive to active. it says your subscription is inactive, you cannot use your services. So I'm thinking that I'm going to try brute forcing the Erlang cookie. Did we get an Erlang cookie? Runs to the blog. Okay, so I think we might be dealing with JWT abuse. Let me try plugging this cookie into jwt.io. Okay, and we'll paste in our cookie. Valid JWT. Okay, so this is a JWT. So subscription inactive. I think we're gonna have to abuse this this JWT token. Bro, are you doing CTFs? Yeah, we're kind of doing CTFs. We're doing this challenge over here. So you can do this one yourself for free if you want to. It would be that easy, wouldn't it? Well, I mean, I spent a little while studying about how to hack JWT stuff. Let's so the first thing we need to do is we need to figure out what the valid token is. Actually, we don't necessarily need to figure out what the valid token is. The first thing we need to do is we need to figure out if we can send like an empty signature. Pentester Lab has some good stuff on it. It's a web app challenge after all. Well, I mean, we'd like to hope so. Okay, so let's echo out something to jwt.txt. Oh, that's not it. Where is it? Okay, let me grab that cookie value, the token value rather. Okay, so here's our dwt.txt. Hazza Parati says, my body is a machine that turned CTF challenges into partially completed CTF challenges. Token.dev is good for manipulating versus jwt.io. I'm going to try the easier, the website with the easier interface first. But yeah, thank you for the suggestion, second the mind. The first thing we're going to try to do is we're going to try to figure out if we can send it without a signature. So we'll try deleting the signature. And then we'll go over to the encoding part. Oh, no. We changed type to none. So type JWT, or we changed the alg to none. Alg none. And then we change subscription from inactive to active. We copy all this, and we'll see if we can submit this. All to do is hit a drop down and change it to none. Or you can, oh, well, I mean, I think if it was a lot more complicated, then, you know what? I'll try using this first. Okay, where's the website? The website is here. Let's change our JWT token. Paste it in. Invalid token. So now the token is invalid. Okay, so we need a signature. So if we need a signature, that means we need to do some cracking. I thought that would make us brute force the signature. Well, I mean, we can do that now. We can brute force the signature now. Okay, so I've done this before. I just need to grab the syntax for the command. This was PicoCTF. I think it was 2019 for JWT Scratchpad. Yeah, this one over here. So we can crack the key with John the Ripper. So we just need to grab John the Ripper and start cracking that key. Okay, did it do it? Doesn't look like it did. So it says session completed. That means it wasn't able to... Is it this? Well, there's only one way to find out. Renegade would show. Okay, so... Zero password hashes cracked, one left. So it wasn't able to find it in the RockU list. That's not to say that we can't crack it. It's just that it's not in the RockU list. Hashcat? Have I done this with Hashcat? Okay, so let me look it up real fast. Hashcat JWT cracking. Okay, so we've got weak signing key. I'm just gonna switch over to the solution because the solution will tell us what the Hashcat command is. Oh, you know what? There's also the common JWT secrets list. That's a good find. Okay, so your JWT is jwt.txt. We need to supply the list as well, right? Path to JWT secrets list. So we'll try user good old rocky.txt first. If Rocky doesn't work, we can use the JWT secrets list. Or some rules. I mean, I'm pretty sure this is an easy challenge. I don't think they would throw rules at us to do this, but I don't know. Exhausted. Okay, so it wasn't able to find it. Okay, so what was the other? So sec lists, right? Sec lists locate JWT. Ooh. Scraped JWT secrets.txt. Okay, we can use this file. So it's the same thing, except that we replace the word list. Let me try again. Oh, that exhausted even faster. Okay, status exhausted. Well, just for fun, we'll do the John the Ripper one as well. Yeah, wasn't able to, well... Yeah, no go, no go. Okay, everybody, let's take a little break. And in the meantime, please enjoy the happy squirrel. Here's a happy gray squirrel. We'll be back in about 40 seconds. Just need to have a little water break. Okay, Rupinar, I see you here, and you're asking about web app hacking stuff. Yeah, let me get you a list of links. We've got a bunch of learning resources over at the HackerFrogs website. Go ahead and get that. Thank you very much for following JBeers11. Hey, JBeers11 is another Twitch streamer. Hold on, let's shout out JBeers11. How do you spell your name? JBeer. There you go. There you go. Yeah, so if you're interested in more InfoSec streams, Jay Beers is another InfoSec streamer to follow. What was I looking for? I was looking for those for the education resources. Okay, so we've got some over here, and you were asking about web application hacking. Okay, so web app hacking here. There are a bunch of good learning resources over here. So probably the best resource you're going to use is Portswigger Academy or the Web Security Academy from Portswigger. It is very, very good. What is up? Yeah, so we're just doing a web app hacking challenge over at TryHackMe right now. We're trying to figure out how to crack this JWT token so that we can get access to the application. We were trying to brute force the key or the key secret, but no dice. What are we doing? What are we doing over here? Yeah. So we're unable to crack it. What other vulnerabilities could there be? So I know that you could try the algnun. We could try algnun. We could try... We smoke broccoli and break real websites in real time on the channel. You have to go to the Discord because Twitch is too public for the hacking. Yeah, don't do any actual hacking on Twitch. TryHat, did you try to at least spin up the machine? Did try to spin up the machine. So tired, can't think properly. Gosek, you're in Europe, right? If you're in Europe, it's super late, so no worries. No worries. I'll catch you next time, man. Okay, so what else could we try? Okay, so as far as JWT things, we've taken a bunch, taken a look at a bunch of the different labs over at Portswigger, and I took some. Authentication, insecure deserialization. Didn't I do one for JWTs? I thought I did. Or maybe I didn't include them in here. Portswigger. Segfault says, no worries, JBeers. Yeah, if you want to join JBeers Discord, the link is right there. It's 10 p.m. for me at the moment. Oh, 10 p.m. Oh, you must be on the East Coast. East Coast of America or Canada or something. You gotta go to sleep. No worries. Get some sleep if you need to sleep. No worries. Maybe it doesn't verify the signature. We tried sending a token without a signature, and it gave us the message invalid token. So it looks like the North America. Yeah, North America. Okay, so we got the message invalid token, so our token doesn't work. Cookies, yeah. So I'm pretty sure maybe we need to do some more snooping around the application. The thing is that, let me grab my previous token. Hold on, let me take a look at my notes. Yeah, I've got my JWT notes in here. Stuff about the JKU and the JWK attacks. Fuzzing in the subdomain, finding .env files. And Trixo, hello, nice to see you here. Are you doing the same thing? All right. So if we want to do some more advanced JWT attacks, we need to use Burp Suite. So Burp Suite, let's start up Burp Suite, and then let's start capturing the JWT assignment, and then we can start doing some JWT attacks. Okay, so proxy, open browser, and the domain we're looking for is storage.cloudsite.thm. Okay, paste that in, and let's log in. Just a second, everybody, I need to change up my music. Let's do this stuff. You know I love my moody space music. Okay, so HackerFrogs at HackerFrogs.com. Password is this one. Okay, so dashboard inactive. We want to eventually get to dashboard active. So now that we have the JWT stuff recorded, we can go over to HTTP history. Oh, you know what? I don't have my JWT stuff in. I don't have my JWT extension. I need to download that, or I need to install it. We need to add burp extensions from the, what is it, BAP store. Okay, so I'm looking for, I think we're trying to use JWT editor, right? Did we even run a Dirbuster? Yeah, I think we're still running Dirbuster right now, or GoBuster rather. But the thing is that it's very slow. Param minor goes hard. Yeah, I haven't gotten around to learning how to use that thing again, but I do know that it's very good. I used it back in the good old days when I was still doing web app security stuff for a job. Okay, so did we install it? I think it's installed now. Yeah, we got our JWT editor here. Okay, proxy. I think we need to re-log in to get our JWT again. Let me go do that. Log out, then log back in. Okay, log in. And then let's go back to Burp Suite. So Burp Suite, well, the JWT extension, the editor extension, it highlights this stuff here. Okay, so log in this one. Now we see that we've got our, in the response we received the JWT. So we can start sending this to the repeater. Okay. What does the register email look like? The sign-up request. The sign-up request? Oh, that's a good point. So the sign-up itself might be vulnerable to something. So, I mean, let's see. Let's log out. Oh, I shouldn't have logged out. The logout destroys my JWT, but that's fine. Okay, so the sign-up is over here, and we could do test@test.com. Password is, I don't know, test. Okay, and we can register. User registered successfully. We can go back to Burp Suite. Take a look at what that looks like. API register. Okay, we sent our stuff. You know what we could do? We could try. Well, the email. The problem is, if we knew the email format, we could try to overwrite the administrator. So we can go over to the repeater and we can start registering people, right? Still might work. I mean, I'm not too sure. Oh, we did scrape an email. We did scrape emails, right? Let's see. So the email format looks like that, smartiapps.com. So we might try resetting the administrator. Oh, yeah, we could also try cloudsite.thm. Yeah. Yeah, let's try that. So cloudsite.thm, we'll just overwrite the administrator. And we'll see what kind of response we get. User registered successfully. I mean, because it was created. Okay, so from here we can try logging in as the administrator. Admin at cloudsite.thm. User already exists. Wait. No. We want to go to sign in. Okay, so obviously this wasn't, that wasn't the correct. So it was either not, it's not admin or it's not the cloudsite.thm. So the other domain that we got for emails is smartiapps.com. So we'll try that. Okay, so this one. Okay, I mean if we manage to successfully log in. Okay, so second line asks, what was the field name in the JWT? One other thing comes to mind when you're trying to see if something other thought is subscription active in the signup. Otherwise, it overrides the login to create an activated user. One other thing that comes to mind is to see if something like subscription active in the signup. Okay, let's take a look at our Burp Suite stuff. Can we try including this? Okay, let's try. We got our email. I don't know. HackerFrog at HackerFrogs at cloudsite.thm. Password equals this, and we'll try hard including what? Okay, so over here we've got subscription active. Okay, so this is what we want. Subscription active. Subscription. Whatever the JWT parameter name is. Yeah, it's it should be subscription, so we'll try sending this. Bad request. Okay. Bad request. I'm just going to check my syntax to see if it looks okay. So I guess... Huh. Why is this... Hold on. Oh, you know what? I forgot to close out. Yeah, I forgot to close this out. Another thought is API abuses. Since it does give you a valid JWT, you might just have unauthenticated privesc API vuln. Okay, let's try sending this. User created successfully. So we got the user created successfully response with HackerFrogs at cloudsite.thm. So let's try logging in. I have a good feeling about this strat. Well, we'll see. Log out, log back in. HackerFrogs at cloudsite.thm. Okay, we did it. We got into the secured page. So it was through, yeah, sick in the mind. Thank you for the suggestion about signing in with and giving yourself privileges. Jeez, it worked. Okay, so now we can upload a file. So upload from localhost. I mean, we've got to be dealing with some sort of PHP, right? Tips hat. Yep, it's all good. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about some some I'm root?
What are you?
I'm system root.
Okay, so we can upload something. I don't want to automatically upload, you know, some sort of RCE stuff. I want to figure out if we can upload something successfully. If we can we figure out where it is uploaded to? HackerFrogs. Like and subscribe. Okay, and then we will output that to test.txt. We'll just try to upload this. Pink Armor. Hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Never done this room, by the way. I'll screenshot my TryHackMe right now. No worries. No worries. I mean, we're all learning. We're all trying to improve our hacking techniques. Yeah. Okay, let's try to upload this thing. Choose file. What directory I'm in? Okay, so we'll try to upload test.txt. Upload. Alright, so it gives you a file path, but it also renames the file. Okay. So I'm assuming that there's some sort of PHP. Otherwise, they wouldn't give you this. Even if, you know, if there's no PHP, if there's no, like, you know, engine that's rendering the code, then it's useless to include, you know, this kind of functionality. Unless this is a rabbit hole. If it's a rabbit hole, then, you know, by all means. Okay, so the path is API something something. Express server, by the way, might be SSTI. Okay, so this... So anything that's given to it is just downloaded. Yeah. Oh, it's because it doesn't have a what is it called? It doesn't have a file extension. So that's why it's downloaded instead of activated on the thing. So okay. So this is what we're gonna do. We're just gonna go over to Burp Suite and take a look at what happened. Let's see. The API upload here. Just gonna put this in the repeater. No extension, yeah. So it let's see if we send our JWT, we send our file and the file name, but it's transformed, the application transforms the file name. So we can't necessarily sneak anything on, we can't sneak any malicious code in, can we? We've got a file upload endpoint. We know where the file is uploaded to. Let's see, form data, name equals file, name equals file, file name equals test.txt, content type text plain. Okay, what if we change the name from file to something else? Test, and then do the same thing? What kind of response do we get? Error, internal service error. So it has to be, the name of the file has to be file, not test. This is okay. Message, image uploaded successfully. So it's supposed to be an image file. And it ends up in this directory. It's very doubtful that we would be able to just manually navigate to this directory and see what's inside, but we'll give it a try anyways. Aqua says, I'm back, what did I miss? We managed to successfully log into the application. Oh, wow, okay. So upload from localhost and upload from URL. This is another thing that I didn't see. Uploaded files. File extensions are removed for security reasons. That's what they say here. I wonder if there's any comments in here. Gopher SSRF? I've never heard of that before. Header start here, page loads in here, okay. Footer. www.smarteyapps.com. Smarteyapps.com. So, is this a legitimate website? This is a legitimate website. Okay, well, good thing we're not trying to attack this. Okay, and we've got some JavaScript stuff. File extensions are removed for security reasons. Upload from URL. Okay, so it says that it's supposed to be that these are supposed to be image files. So we'll try uploading a legitimate image file. Let's see. So we've got all of our example files here, for example the PNG ones. Just copy it over here. I don't know what you're trying or the restrictions, just joined. Maybe you could try to upload a file with 2 extensions so it removes one but keeps one. Removes one but keeps one. That's an interesting. That's interesting. Let's try it out. So Blood Moon, hello, nice to see you here. Use a PNG files magic to make it look like an image. So let's go back. So we've got our TXT file here. We'll do .txt.txt. We'll see if it removes both of these. So send that. Okay, it looks like it. It looks like it deleted both of them, and then it turns the file name to some random hexadecimal stuff. But what happens if you do .txt.txt.txt, the triple extension? The same thing happens. Okay. Further might be admin and localhost restricted API endpoints, null characters. where do we put? Do we put the null characters in the file name? So we do. Clues might be in some JS files. Okay, the other thing I wanted to do was I wanted to see if we could upload like a plain PNG file. Upload. Did that work? Okay, so it uploads here. Let's see if it actually lets us render out the PNG file, or if it just, you know. File not found. What? Well, I just uploaded the thing. What do you mean file not found? All right, let's see if we can access the uploads directory directly. Okay, pretty print, nothing. So the uploads directory doesn't give us anything. Cannot get API. Go into Burp Suite and see how it's presenting the download. 8-Bit Boy says, I found the package locked JSON, don't know whether or not it would help. It really depends on what's in the JSON file. Okay, let's go back to Burp Suite. Ooh, what is this weird stuff here? So this is the post request. Okay, this is Google. Never mind, this is Google. Not something we need to pay attention to. Okay, the upload here. We tried to access the... hold on. Let's sort by packet. By request. Okay, we tried to get these. File not found. Is something deleting the files? Let me try that one more time. Need to change the filter to enable binary files. Might be a one-time download. Oh, maybe. Let's go back to the app. Huh, I'm logged out now. Did I actually? Let's log back in. Okay, so this is supposed to be super secure file storage. Let's upload the example image. Okay, and then let's try to access it. File not found. I mean, we uploaded this legitimate. So we posted this. It was an actual image, but when we tried to get it from... It's downloading it as a binary blob. Okay, let's try messing around with this in the repeater. So send image uploaded successfully. I mean, we start messing around with the file name. That doesn't do anything. No, it's always going to be transformed. Okay, so the other thing that we were looking at was you could select to upload from a URL. Upload from URL. Which website is this challenge on, and what's the challenge? Yeah, I mean it's kind of an open-ended. It's an open-ended web app hacking challenge. Send a GET request to the API URL it gave us. Upload from URL. So we could host our Python server here. I need to get our IP address. So our IP address is this. Let me keep track of that. SSRF to LFI and then open the file uploaded? Maybe. So I'm just going to keep track of my IP address on another window, and then we can Python serve this directory to try to upload some files here. Server-side request forgery to local file inclusion, then open the file uploaded. Okay, let's see what happens if we start uploading from a URL. So it's HTTP, our IP address, what is it? And then, okay, try uploading this. File stored from URL successfully. Okay, good. Every time I see enter URL, I think of SSRF. I haven't done a server-side request forgery attack in a long time, so I don't quite remember how it goes. I'll have to look at my notes to figure out what the correct thing to do is. Proxy store URL. Okay, so this is a new endpoint. Let's put this in the repeater. Okay, we got our URL here. I think it's going to be an API-based attack. So refer is dashboard active, sure. Origin is this. Post to API store URL. And all we supply here is a URL. So the URL is, it points to the file. Have you enumerated the API endpoints? No, not yet. Not yet. We're just clowning around with the file upload stuff. Okay, so let's try sending this, and let's see what the response is. File stored from URL successfully, and so you're talking about a server-side request forgery attack. I'm gonna look in my notes, because I haven't done one of those in a while. Okay, oh man. The only thing I have for server-side request forgery is this presentation I did for one of the challenges over at PicoCTF. Let's see if I can show everybody here. So for localhost call to port or internal file. Localhost call to... So this action can only be performed from localhost. To solve this challenge, we need to return local access content, server-side request forgery. Take a look at the request in burp speed. You see that each request we make to the server, we make a request to the refresh.php page. So we can switch the URL to localhost something. Maybe? So we just need to go in here and we need to So whatever we supply to it is going to be uploaded. So something like localhost internal file here. Denkiako says, I recommend you enumerate the API endpoints. Mint to be spiced. Mint to be spiced. Hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Thank you very much for following. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about some Nyan Cat? Okay, so if J Beers is correct, then we could give this, I don't know, HTTP localhost, and then, I don't know, index.html, just as a test. I mean, I guess the test could also be just, you know, good old localhost // etc. password or something like that. Okay, send this. File stored successfully. Okay. If that's the case, can we just go over here and retrieve the thing? File operator doesn't work. Okay, and then we download this thing. The requested URL was not found in the server. So the file was interpreted as what? Just a second. Okay, what was the name of that file? 231. So we'll just try reading that file, and it says the URL was not found in the server. Okay. Grimrin says, I might have just installed the virus from the AI code. I'm pretty sure that whatever code your AI gives you is not going to install the virus on your computer, unless you really screwed up. Apache server is not Express. Okay, let's this is an Apache server. The other server is an Express server. So this is cloudsite.thm port 80. So we can start playing around with this. No, we didn't get the JWT secret. We found another workaround. Okay, so localhost, etc. password didn't work. Let's just try giving cloudsite.thm cloudsite.thm / like index.html, just to see if this works. Okay, send that, and it sends it to this. Okay, and then we'll try accessing this. Okay, this downloads 0f something something. Let's see if we can access this. What was the name of the file? My memory's so bad. 05. Okay, so this did work. We were able to download a file from the website. So what do we want to get? We want to get the... what was it talking about? So over here, we were investigating this. So the Erlang port mapper daemon. And it said that if we were able to get a certain file from the server, but this isn't the server in this case. This is... we're able to access the website files. But can we access the stuff that's underneath the website? Okay, let's try this. So cloudside.thm, we'll try escaping from here. And we'll try getting the etc password file again. Was there a Redis server? No, there was what is it called? An Erlang port mapping server. Or service rather. Okay, let's try this. Okay, and then it goes here. Okay, downloads. 4C. Wait, where did it get downloaded to? Oh, we need to keep it. Explicit. Okay, so this didn't go through. Sick in the Mind says, give this a go. Gopher. Yeah, I mean, I could try. I've never done this before. Just need to change our path. Gopher, and then, what was it, localhost? Home, localhost, port 80. Yeah, you need to be really careful about writing out code with AI, because if you do it without knowledge of how to code in the language that it's coding in, you are getting into... Gopher goes hard into the paint. I mean, I don't know. I've never used it before. If you say so. Does this look okay? Let's give it a go. Error storing file from URL. Okay, so it might be looking for HTTP specifically. So the fact that it doesn't have HTTP in here, that might be screwing it up. I guess I could give this a go as well. Instructed Gopher URL for you to hit it properly. I appreciate all the help I can get. Alright, let's go back here. We'll try to download this file. So it's 5D. Okay, this also didn't work. AI is a tool, like a gun. Can I give a hint? Denki yeah. Or well, I mean, you were talking about what was it? Mapping out the API. So this is probably the hint that you're trying to let us know about. Enumerating the API endpoints. Okay, so we got GoBuster. I think we don't need to do GoBuster here anymore. And API endpoints, huh? Talking about enumerating the API a while ago. Okay, let's... So seclists... API endpoints.txt. API endpoints seen in the wild. We'll try this one. And we can do some... You might see an endpoint that you're not authorized to see, which can be used by the dashboard to make the server fetch the data, which it must be authorized to do so. Anyways, I was, yeah. I don't do a lot of enumeration against API stuff. So let's go ahead and do that then. FFUF. Word list is here. URL is at the API endpoint. If I were a betting man, you'd need to enumerate the API. Okay, and further might be admin localhost restricted API endpoints. Triple temp directory. Yeah, it's I filled up the other temp directories with stuff, and I just wanted to have a temp directory that didn't have all that stuff. Anyways, okay, so let's see if we can... Docs. Status 403, though. Let's see if we can access it from... Okay, API docs. Access denied. Well, I mean, we've gotten access to... We should have access, because we're logged in. So we're at dashboard active. Now put it in as... Oh, okay. Localhost API docs. The upload function might, though. Okay. Yeah. I mean, this should be... So it's like just cloud site. storage.cloudsite.thm //API/docs. Just like this. Yeah, uploading from the URL. HTTP cloud. Okay, let's see if this works. Let me just check that we can't do it from the website one more time. Yeah, access denied. So I'm just going to make sure that this is the correct thing. I'll copy paste. Okay, and then we will send it off, and then we will try downloading it. Thank you to everybody in chat. I really appreciate your wisdom and your sound advice. Especially when I'm floundering around in the dark. Okay. Okay, this downloads, and let's see, so it's C5.9. Oh, this is in the downloads directory, never mind. Access message denied. Okay. Alright, so he knows all. Chill if you don't explore your targets in his code that you leave yourself short when approaching real targets. There's one more trick to it. Is there now? Okay, Dankiago said something. Let me review the message. So enumerate API endpoints. You might find an endpoint that you're not authorized to see, but you can use the dashboard to make the server fetch the data, which it must be authorized to do so. You can use the dashboard to make the server fetch the data. Use the dashboard to make the server fetch the data. So it might be the there might be like an exported for header or something like that. Okay, let's go back to Burp Suite. So in Burp Suite, when we make these requests, so the last one was like C59. Where's that one? Okay, this is the GET request. We'll send this to the repeater. Okay, Sick of the Mind says you can capture the header if you want and just send it to your netcat listener. Send it to you on a netcat listener. User agent, accept encoding. Whatever your port is, it'll send the request to that. Whatever your port is. You can capture any default headers. Okay, so not sure that's necessary, just throwing it out there. Okay, so if we got so you basically do netcat nlvp 9000 and just URL to this, and then voila. Netcat 9001 because it's over 9000. And just URL to your thing. Okay, so default headers. So you're talking about the SSRF request. Okay. Here. This one. Okay, so HTTP, our IP address, which is this 10 to 1617 on port 9001. Okay, and then send it. Did it not go through? Okay, connect to node fetch, accept encoding, host, close. You haven't responded, therefore it hasn't responded. Okay. Okay, what do we get? The response, error storing file from URL. Okay, I mean, we like localhost, that's all I'm saying. Still going strong? I think we're going to need to update our machine in just a little bit. Because I'm pretty sure that the timer is about to expire. Yeah, we'll add another hour. And we might be going for another, I don't know, like 30 or 40 minutes? Yeah. Okay. Dankiago says, it's like localhost. That's all I'm saying. Since it still says access denied, you know that the app is using the Express framework. You can Google Express's default listening port, and instead of typing HTTP domain 80 API docs, you can try something else. This will be done before then, I think. Well, who knows? Okay. I mean, I know that Express, is it like the default Express port is Express server default port? It's like, yeah, 3000. Express.js framework itself is port 3000, widely considered the default. Okay, so if that's the case, then we would do something like URL localhost. Localhost 3000 slash, I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be localhost, does it? Localhost API docs. Okay, let's see if this works. URL HTTP localhost 3000 slash API slash docs. Send it. Then it gives us an endpoint. Copy the endpoint. You're past the point of a vhost with local access. Well, let's see if it works. Okay, keep the thing 84. Endpoints perfectly completed. Okay, it worked. Register for registering the user, login for logging in the user, upload for uploading files, store URL for upload files via URL. The Apache here is used as a reverse proxy for an Express app, hence why this works. I'm learning stuff. So let's see. API fetch messages from chatbot. Currently the chatbot is under development. What? There's a chatbot? Post requests. Okay, post requests, upload, login, register, store URL. Totally stuck in the next part, so good luck. Well, so the get requests, uploads file name. Yeah, this lets us download the files. All requests to this endpoint are sent in JSON format, so we need to Fetch messages from chatbot. So we need to send some stuff to fetch messages from chatbot, but what could we possibly send inside that JSON data? Messages, maybe, yeah. Tifu. Hello, nice to see you here. And welcome to the stream. Thank you very much. Just get. Get? I mean, we could try. Might not need any parameters. Hello. Okay, let's try sending it to this API endpoint. Get message, get method not allowed. Okay. Dumpling, hello. Usually an endpoint with fetch is just to get dumpling. Great. Options. Can we send it with options? Maybe. Let's go over to our post request to the message endpoint. Yeah, I mean, we could get to the fetch whatever endpoint, this one. Let's try and send this to the repeater. This says get method not allowed. So the other thing that we can do when we're change content type to application JSON method to post and use SSTI into the username for JSON. Server side template injection. Okay, just a second, everybody. I need to change up my music. Jinja 2 backend. Where do you spot that? Okay, X powered by Express. Are those spoilers? I don't know. I assumed it was SSTI. Okay, well. So API fetch messages from the chatbot. The other thing that we could do is we could start. I'm farther ahead, it's why I asked for the challenge. Yeah, no worries. I understand that we got people with all sorts of skill levels in the chat. Okay, so we could change the the content type, right? Content type, where is that? Content type application JSON. So I'll just copy this. Okay, so application JSON. Well, we just switched it to application JSON. It's probably going to give us the same. Yeah, get method not allowed. Sure. Just right-click to change the request type and the content type. You can do different content types. Change content type, really, in here? Maybe not. But yeah, we need to send some JSON information. So JSON information, we'll just copy this stuff, the format here. I don't know. I'm not too sure what we're supposed to be sending in our message. Change the request method first, then change to the body encoding, do a raw post request. Okay, we can change our request method. Let's change it to post. and then change the request body encoding. Body encoding to JSON. Okay, so now we're sending JSON. Sometimes APIs will just tell you what they want. Okay, let's send some JSON message. Give me your messages. Okay, and then we will send this off. Internal server error. Okay, well, that didn't work. API fetch messages from chatbot. Okay. What could send blank? Send blank? Send. Or internal server error. Okay, so we're supposed to send something, but we're not sending the right stuff. The content type is not JSON. Is it not? Oh, true. We'd be switching it to application JSON. Error username parameters required. Okay. We're working with something now. Username parameter is required, so we'll just sub in here username. How about admin? Greetings. Sorry, admin. Sorry, admin. Our chatbot server is under development. Okay, so the username might be where we can do our injection. This is what I was talking about with the SSTI. Okay. Access us. So server-side template injection. In this case, we would do something like this. 7 times 7. Sorry, 49, our chatbot servers. Okay, so we do have server-side template injection now. Let's see. You need to register for good old 7 times 7. It's, okay, so we can, I think we should be able to get RCE off of this. It's just that, so we are dealing with we're probably dealing with Jinja 2 as the templating engine. And from here, let me look at my notes. So server-side template injection, we're looking at SSTI. And oh, this was something we did over at PicoCTF. Okay, let me look at my write-up for PicoCTF. Runs to payload all the things. Hold on, there's like payload playground.com now. So the error showed the show server backend info. So if anybody hasn't tried this out yet, it seems like a beefier version of payload what is it called? Rev shells. It's got a bunch of different attacks we could try. Where is there not server-side template injection? Template injection. Okay. Templating engine, we're assuming we're using Jinja 2. Payload type, we're doing a RCE. So RCE with Python? Okay. Please do a hacking tutorial on Temple OS. I've never even, well, I mean, I kind of know what Temple OS is, but I'd rather do. He didn't even get my name right. That's true. That's true. Okay, Sick of the Mind says I wrote it all up for my OSWA and OSWE studies. What was it? I've literally something like this running on my localhost Kali right now. Hack the things I want you to hack. You know, okay, so we'll try executing who am I? So let's see if we can actually send this through the request. Oh, these kind of tools, really. Okay, let's send this in a request. So username equals this stuff. I mean, I don't know if it's going to get hung up because there are all these new lines and stuff. We probably need to encode this stuff because all these special characters are really going to get in the way of the payload. So this is just going to give us a bad request. Yeah, you have to encode for JSON. It does look pretty funky. JSON encoder, okay. Let me check out the application. Thank you to Sick in the Mind for supplying this website right here. Okay, so string to encode decode, copy paste the string here, and then click on encode. Maybe. Well, copy paste. Encode. Output is this. I will copy it. Okay, let's give it a try one more time. All right, let's see if it works. We got something back. We got an error message. Okay, let's render this. All right, we got a stack trace or something. So it didn't run. But that's fine. It might be because the payload, it did run. It leaked a secret. It leaked a secret. Home Azrael. Well, okay, we got the name of the local user. Azrael. It's something we can report. Where do we put that? You tried 3 different ones at once. Try the first one. Oh, did I incorrectly copy-paste the thing? Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, okay, these are 3 different ways to do it. Okay. Oh, man. I'm getting tired. I'm only going to be hacking for another, like, 15 or 20 minutes. Let's see if we can get this going. Alright, let's replace this with just this and send it. Sorry, Azrael. Our chatbot server is currently under development. Okay, we got it. We have RCE. I went today where I put NC twice. It took me 20 minutes to find. Yeah, nothing makes you feel dumber than when you got a syntax error that you don't spot. So, like, for example, if you include an extra like single quote or double quote, or you forget to close like a parentheses or something, that feels really bad. All right, let's hack for another 15 minutes, and then we'll see what's up after that. They put all this puzzle together to get the pseudo L. I don't know. I guess we'll find out in just a second. All right, 15 minutes on the clock. Let's see if we can get a reverse shell. I wonder what difficulty this challenge is supposed to be. Let me look it up real quick. So let's see. Rabbit store. Okay, Rabbit store. Oh, it's a medium level challenge. It's not an easy level. Okay. So that makes a little bit more sense. Grimrin says install Temple OS tomorrow. No. The machine is free. Yeah. This machine is free. Okay, so let's set up our remote access. We'll do RL wrap with netcat 443. And let's see, what is our IP address? Okay, I've got our IP address. How should we do this? Should we... Well, I mean, my go-to when we're, doing stuff like this is to just create a binary to upload to the target with, MSF the Venom, right? And just upload that to the target. It seems to be pretty reliable. You could run it a VB. VB. What is VB in this case? Blood Moon CS2 says, "What is RL wrap?" RL wrap is a little tool that you can wrap around your netcat, and it'll give you like a lot more terminal like functionality, stuff like command history and moving around in. Yeah, you got command history. You still can't do Control-C to exit out, but it gives you a little bit of a better experience with your netcat shells. Okay, what's my IP address? 10.2.16.17. Okay, make this thing. It is a much better alternative. I really like using it. It's not exactly like a fully fledged shell, but it gets you most of the way there. Okay, so we got reverse.elf. Let's host this over here. Wait, which directory did I make this in? It's probably in the temp directory. Yeah, reverse.elf is in the temp directory, so I guess we should need to move there. So we'll just serve it. So we'll serve this here, and then we'll upload it using SSTI, and then we will make it executable using SSTI, and then we will get our reverse shell connection using SSTI. Okay, so back in the request, we just need to replace this stuff. popen, not who am I, but actually which wget. I just want to make sure that we have wget first before we start using it. User bin wget, okay, so it exists, so we can use it. So wget http our IP address reverse.elf. Okay, run it. Okay, so I think it worked. Henke says, I finished this machine 7 months ago. Oh, is it really that old? I don't know. VirtualBox machine? AVB? Okay, let's see what's in this directory here. Okay, we got reverse.elf in here. We just need to make it executable. So we just need to chmod 777 reverse .elf Visual Basic. Okay, so if it's executable, let's just check. It's completely executable. Okay, so we can just run this thing and we'll get a reverse shell connection, hopefully. So we just do /reverse.elf. Send that. It gets hung. That's fine. We get our reverse shell connection. Okay. Who am I? Azrael. So Blood Moon CS2 was asking about RL wrap, and after I upgrade my shell just a bit, which Python? No Python. Python 2, Python 3. Python 3, import pty, pty.spawn, bin bash. Okay, so the nice thing about RL wrap is with RL wrap, you can do command history. You can also move around inside your shell, inside your command line, which is something that you don't necessarily... Do you have the new Python? I mean, I use Python 3. I'm not really... when I'm using Python, I'm not really using the, anything that is super cutting edge. Okay, so sudo l, password for Azrael. We don't have the password for Azrael, so this isn't going to work. Okay, so you know what? Just for fun, nothing worse than when you keep messing up a command in a dummy terminal. Yeah. But yeah, if you use RL wrap, then you can definitely move around inside of your command line. It's very nice. But okay, we're probably going to end in just a little bit. But before we do that, we haven't done a Mr. Scary Hacker Voice Man in a second. So let's go ahead and call Mr. Scary Hacker Voice Man.
Hey everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out every time we break into a server, and we just broke into this one. Well, Mr. Rabbit Store Administrator, it seems like you enjoy obscure API endpoints that may or may not let you register as privileged users. That is a big mistake. We were able to create a privileged user with your registration program, which gave us access to your file, what is it called? The URL upload feature, which we were able to use to access localhost files. And from there, we were able to get interface with the chatbot, and the chatbot let us inject code into it with server-side template injection. We use that to get a reverse shell. Maybe you knew about the security flaws in your system, or maybe decided to accept the risk. Well, you accepted the risk. And now we're in. Grimrin, it says, this is kind of cringe. Yeah, I mean,
we're trying to make things as entertaining as possible, because sometimes when you're hacking, it's just you and the terminal. Voice changer, yeah, I mean, the thing about hacking, well, the thing about streaming is that if you're not entertaining, people tune out. So I try to make it as entertaining as I can. Okay, chatbot server snap user.txt. I'll just go ahead and grab the user.txt. Here it is. Okay, let's submit this. Where are we? Here. Bloodmoon CS2 says, for some people, Claude and... What? What are we talking about? 17 companies. I'm not too sure what we're talking about anymore. Okay, let's do a very quick overview of what's going on the system before we call it a day. The first thing we'll do is we don't have sudo permissions, where we can't, there's no sudo l stuff. What else? So we're basically an administrator user, but we don't have this user's. Grim says the birds are worse. You should change it and make it a little ad. The birds are worse. Listen, you can't slander my birds. I love my birds. There's an incident where somebody used Claude to hack a bunch of companies. You said it's most of the time just you in the terminal, but for them it was like just Claude. Yeah, no, I mean we love the birds. Listen. Okay, so let's see. Chatbot server. We might have to take advantage of the chatbot. That might be what we're supposed to be doing here. The other thing that we can do is we can look for... We can look for SUID binaries. That's a pretty... PicoCTF. All right. So this is what I use the LLMs for. Oh, why are there so many of these? So we'll ask the AI if it was able to identify any of these SUID binaries as potentially vulnerable. Are there any unusual SUID binaries in this list? Paste in the list. Alexander says dump DB credentials. Oh, that's true. That's true. Yeah, we should probably take a look at the database. Var www.html doesn't exist. I guess the chatbot server is the web application. Chatbot.py. What? It's a Python script? Oh, I guess that makes sense. It's a Python script, so it's vulnerable to username data. Okay. This is the thing that's vulnerable to SSTI here. ShinBDR, what is this? Privilege escalation? What sub-goal are you doing face reveal at? I probably won't be doing a face reveal. It's more fun to not have to worry about what I look like when I, get in front of the stream. Okay, so the other application should be var www. There's storage.cloudsite.html. So this is where the database stuff is. Storage.cloudsite.thm. OPSEC is better as well. I mean, I'm not. If you really want to, you can find my information. I'm just not making it super easy. I am a public person, and if you wanted to, meet up at like a local cybersecurity meetup, that's very possible. Okay, so there's a JS directory and there's a Node directory. Let's try grepping for something. Grep for password. Uh-oh, that's a lot of output. Time's up. Yeah, I need to consider finishing the stream in just a sec. Oh, that's sorry to everybody who's having a hard time seeing all this. Okay, so what do we do? Register.html, type password, name password. Register.js, password, this.elements, something something. Okay, so this is just jQuery stuff. So I wonder where the database files are located. Blood Moon says, I like my privacy. I debated not logging into, but I wanted to chat. Oh, into YouTube. Okay. Well, I mean, your secret's safe with me, as long as you don't reveal any important information during the stream in the chat. You got to be careful because, you know, stuff that's in the chat might be picked up, might be recorded. I'm pretty sure there are no database passwords in here. Okay. All right, so we'll probably come back to this later at some point. But let's talk about, well, we learned a lot of fun stuff. It was basically a big string of different hacking techniques. So there was a flaw in the registration system that let us get what was it called? Privileged access to the application. And with the privileged access in the application, we were able to use what is the name of that vulnerability? The one where we were able to server-side request forgery, SSRF. We were able to use that vulnerability to read files that we're normally not allowed to do. And then we did, yeah, we used mass assignment to register with privileges. And then we used server-side template injection to get what is it? Remote code execution on the target, which we used to get us to get a reverse shell connection. But yeah, this was fun. I learned a lot, and thank you very much to everybody who participated in chat. Because I don't think I would have been able to get here unless people were, you know, giving good advice. So mass assignment, I think mass assignment refers to giving extra parameters when you create new accounts with the application. Yeah, right, IDOR stuff. Well, not IDOR, right? Insecure direct object manipulation. Anyways, let's talk about what we're going to be doing next stream. So next stream is going to be on Friday, and we're going to be doing leak code as the first topic. We're going to be doing HackerFrogs AfterSchool. We're going to be learning about the other big tool that people do for disk image analysis over at shouldn't have clicked that. We're going to be doing binary hacking demos on PicoCTF, and then we're going to be doing software hacking challenges over at the Alla Cyber website. Okay, so let's talk about who we're going to be rating. So let's see. Actually, the first thing we want to do is we want to take a look at, what is it? InfoSec streams. So there's a big list of different people who do InfoSec stuff, and they do streaming as well. We got Hack the Box is online. Wow. We also have BlazeBits, which is probably a better choice. Let's see what BlazeBits is up to. Okay, BlazeBits is doing some, what is this? Hack the Planet cybersecurity news and shakedown stream for the new rig. Okay, so let's go ahead and raid into BlazeBits. We're going to be back on Friday. I hope everybody has a good rest of the week. Okay. Is IPSec live on there right now? IPSec? I don't know. IPSec doesn't do Twitch generally. IPSec only does YouTube stuff. Okay, let's do a raid. Alright, thank you very much, everybody. Very much appreciated. I'm going to go get some dinner right now. I hope everybody has a great rest of the night. And yeah, so when you arrive on BlazeBits' channel, give this message over here. So OSFrog, hip hop, hack OSFrog. I'd really appreciate it. Okay, we'll be back on Friday. Everybody, have a good one. Hack the planet. 3, 2, 1. HackerFrogs out.